Chapter 1284. With Hua Wuyin and Han Wuya's sudden retreat, the advantage that Zhenling had gained from Lu Qina's advancement to the Transcendence realm was gone. The Azura, which had lost its opponent, immediately charged at Zhenling's group. Zhenling was about to be slaughtered by the enraged Azura. On the other side, Tian Tian, Liu Tianyuan, and Lu Qina were being suppressed by a Jade Shura. The Blood Shura that had escaped earlier had returned. The three of them were under even more pressure, and it was only a matter of time before they collapsed. Laozu of Tianshan, who had finally managed to free his hand, looked at Liu Tianyuan and the other two, who were almost at their limits. He then looked at the Azura that was charging at him. The mountain-splitting axe in his hand, which was about to attack the Azura that was fighting Lu Ping, was enveloped by a thick yellow Zhenyuan. Laozu of Tianshan knew that he couldn't stop the Azura with his own strength, but under such circumstances, he had no choice but to give it his all. Otherwise, Zhenling would die even faster. But just as Laozu of Tianshan was about to attack, he saw Tianfan and Tian Shui of Laozu suddenly abandon the two Jade Mara that were fighting and join forces to attack the Azura. Behind them, the two Jade Shura were already chasing after them with a sinister smile. Laozu of Tianshan was shocked. He shouted, "Be careful." The mountain-splitting axe in his hand had already flown out of his hand to slash at the last Jade Shura. In a moment of desperation, even if Laozu of Tianshan had 3 heads and 6 arms, he could only throw the mountain-splitting axe. The last Jade Shura hurriedly turned around to block, but under Laozu of Tianshan's sudden attack, the companion spiritual treasure in its hand was almost sent flying. Even so, the Jade Shura was still chasing after the two of them. The Azura's attack was finally blocked by Tianfan and Tian Shui, the two Laozu of Tianshan. However, the two of them were instantly sent flying by the Azura. In mid-air, the Jade Shura, who had caught up from behind, laughed strangely. It took the opportunity to attack Tianfan and Tian Shui Laozu. At this moment, Tianfan and Old Ancestor Heavenly Snow had just suffered a blow from one of their Asuras, causing their blood and qi to churn. Even now, their true energy was barely replenished, so how could they defend against this sneak attack from behind? At this critical moment, Tianfan Laozu extended his hand and pushed Tian Shui Laozu, who was beside him. Tian Shui Laozu was sent flying dozens of meters away. As for Tianfan Laozu, he had taken the Jade Shura's attack head-on. Before he could stabilize himself in mid-air, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Tian Shui Laozu was like a crazed demon. Without waiting for her body to stabilize in mid-air, the Zhenyuan in her body reversed. She couldn't care less about the damage to her body. She turned into an arc in mid-air, rushing towards Tianfan Laozu. However, Tianfan Laozu, who had been heavily injured by the Jade Shura's sneak attack, didn't die. However, just as Tian Shui Laozu was rushing over, Tianfan Laozu's life force was being depleted at a visible speed. Tian Shui Laozu's crazed state immediately woke up. Immediately, her face was filled with panic. However, before she could get close, Tianfan Laozu, whose clothes were stained with blood and was heavily injured, had already rushed back. The spiritual fan in his hand had already created a strong wind, temporarily repelling the Jade Shura that had injured him. He didn't look like someone who had been injured before. Tian Shui Laozu had already reunited with Tianfan Laozu. Tian Shui Laozu stared at Tianfan Laozu blankly. Her mouth was saying, you. She was so shocked that she couldn't say anything. Tianfan Laozu laughed. At this time, we have to block it. But you will die. We can't care about that anymore. Otherwise, more people will die. The Azura rushed over again. Tianfan Laozu shook the spiritual fan in his hand and said, "Come on. If we can't block it, we will still die." The Jade Shura, who had been temporarily repelled, rushed forward again. Although Tianfan Laozu had used a strange secret technique to suppress his injuries and become even stronger than before, they were still beaten miserably by the Azura despite working together with Tian Shui Laozu. However, they were still able to hold back the Azura. However, at this time, if the Jade Shura rushed forward again, even if Tian Shui Laozu used the same secret technique, he would still be defeated. However, before the Jade Shura could rush over, a huge palm suddenly came from the side. In a moment of desperation, The Jade Shura used the spiritual treasure in front of her to block the palm. A huge force entered her body, and the Jade Shura was sent flying again. However, this kind of force was obviously unable to cause any damage to her. The owner of the giant hand screamed. There was a giant wound, and it was bleeding. A giant brown bear stood up, and the wounded bear monster ran at Jade Shura. Jade Shura was shocked. She was shocked. She was shocked. She was shocked. She was shocked. In the Zhenling camp, the pale Wu Yinglan looked at the bear demon that was rushing toward her. Her lips curled into a smile, and she said, "I tried my best." Then, she fainted on the ground. The practitioners of the spirit-beast taming sect were usually in cahoots with murderers. However, for a practitioner of the spirit-beast taming sect to be able to control a ferocious beast of the same level as him as his natal beast, it was already an impressive feat. For example, the Empyrean walker of the spirit-beast taming sect, Sang Yu, was now a mid-Dharma adept, and his natal beast was also a primordial fierce crocodile that had just entered the mid-Dharma adept not long ago. Sang Yu himself relied on this primordial fierce crocodile that was born from a top-level demon clan to firmly occupy the first position among the Empyrean walkers of the spirit-beast taming sect. Although Wu Yinglan was only at the early Dharma stage, her father was the previous Empyrean walker of the spirit-beast taming sect, and he was now a great practitioner. Because he was worried that his daughter would encounter danger outside, he used the secret techniques of the spirit-beast taming sect to allow his daughter to control a mid-Dharma brown bear demon, so that she could summon it to save her life in times of danger. However, summoning this mid-Dharma ferocious beast was obviously not an easy task for Wu Yinglan. Normally, it would have been easier if her abilities had not been damaged, but now that her divine will had been damaged by the sneak attack of the blood demon, she could no longer hold on after summoning this bear demon. She only had time to give an order to attack the Jade Shura before she fainted on the ground. Although this bear demon was at the mid-Dharma stage, it was only an ordinary ferocious beast. Naturally, it could not compare to the bloodline of a top-level demon like the primordial fierce crocodile that Sang Yu controlled. Similarly, it could not be a match for the Jade Shura. However, ferocious beasts did not have spiritual intelligence. Once they encountered an opponent, they would fight to the death. Although the Jade Shura's abilities were above the bear demon, it was impossible for her to defeat the opponent before her in a short period of time. Wu Yinglan's summoning this time could be said to be a life-saving move. At least, it delayed the eventual defeat of Zhenling. Tian Fan and Tian Shui, the two Laozu, were already prepared to die. Tian Fan Laozu even used a secret technique to overdraft his own life force in exchange for stabilizing his injuries and temporarily increasing his abilities. However, in the face of absolute power, the two of them could only be sent flying by the Azura again and again, but they stubbornly charged forward again and again. Every time they faced the Azura's attack, Tian Fan Laozu would do his best to block it at the very front. Almost every time he received an attack from the Azura, Tian Fan Laozu would spit out a mouthful of blood. However, the cultivators hidden in the surrounding void still did not lend a helping hand. Lin Yu Laozu was persevering, Tian Shan Laozu was also persevering, and Xie Tianyang had tried his best to rush out to help, but he was always surrounded by the Jade Shura and Blood Mara. Su Jin had already tried his best, but at most, he could only lure the Blood Shura that was attacking Liu Tianyuan and the other two. After Chan Yu and Chan Xiong lost Liu Tianyuan's support, they were already overwhelmed by the harassment from the two Jade Shuras and the other Mara around them. When Sang Yu saw Wu Yinglan summon the demon bear, his eyes had already turned bloodshot. He knew what it meant for Wu Yinglan to summon such a ferocious beast that far surpassed her own cultivation when her will was injured. However, although he had suppressed the Jade Shura in front of him, when faced with the Mara army that was about to surround them, Sang Yu was clearly powerless. At this moment, Lu Ping had already forgotten about the commotion that might be caused by the appearance of the two halves spiritual treasures. Now, he only wanted to use the pure yang spiritual treasure to defeat the Azura in front of him. However, an Azura was an Azura after all. Even if it was injured, its strength was still above Lu Ping's. For Lu Ping to be able to block an injured Azura was already beyond everyone's expectations. At this moment, he still wanted to turn defeat into victory. However, under the Azura's suppression, How could Lu Ping have the time and energy to accumulate his true qi to summon the pure yang spiritual treasure? Pu. Under the Asura's continuous attacks, even though Tian Fan Laozu had deliberately blocked most of the attacks, Tian Shui Laozu was still heavily injured and vomited blood. The rage in Lu Ping's heart soared. It was as if there was a raging flood that was gushing out recklessly. However, no matter how hard it tried, it was unable to find an outlet. The flood accumulated within his body, and Lu Ping felt as if his entire body was swelling up, to the point where it was about to explode. Within his core space, a handkerchief was flickering with 7 colors of light. Line after line of words appeared on the surface of the handkerchief. Battle of the Icy Plains, a matter of Xiantian. For you, I will kill my way through this world, only death awaits. The light on the handkerchief condensed and finally condensed on the first sentence, Battle of the Icy Plains. The dragon avatar's eyes were wide open. That pair of eyes that originally had a trace of blood red within the greenish-gold color was now glowing with a bright red light. The word battle seemed to have left the handkerchief and was deeply imprinted in the dragon avatar's eyes. Battle. 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 A purplish-gold-colored auspicious cloud rose from behind Lu Ping's back like a beacon that soared into the sky. Before the sword of true spirit could fly out from the top of Lu Ping's head, he had already grabbed it in his hand. Wielding the sword of true spirit, Lu Ping's eyes were flickering with greenish-red light with a trace of gold. His entire body was filled with battle intent, like a dam that had burst. He was waiting for the sword of true spirit to fly out and slash open a hole on the opponent in front of him. Chapter 1285. Fight. 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 The sword qi emitted by the sword of true spirit was similar to the purple-gold clouds behind it. With every slash of sword qi, the purple-gold clouds would transform into a purple-gold dragon with the body of a snake, the claws of an eagle, the legs of a crocodile, the ears of a cow, the whiskers of a fish, and the manner of a horse. In mid-air, it could even let out a loud roar as it pounced towards the Asura in front of Lu Ping. This was not the green serpent disturbing the sea's sword technique. Instead, Lu Ping was evolving the word fight written by Jiao Daoren. What he was evolving was not only the sword technique but also the aura, the charm, and the heroic spirit of fighting against millions of people. Jiao Daoren's handwriting, the heaven-splitting legacy, the sword of true spirit, and the anger in Lu Ping's heart were all released with this word fight. An Asura and a mid-Dharma adept. Despite the great disparity in their levels of cultivation, they were still on equal footing. But now, with the 3-sword qi of the dragon moving back and forth, the Asura was actually retreating again and again. Even the Asura's expression was one of shock, one after another, until it was fear. The 3 strange-looking dragons gave the Asura a sense of fear from the bottom of his heart. It was as if the moment they appeared, they were able to produce a strange resonance with the source of heaven and earth. Even their appearance seemed so natural, as if they were late. The strange thing about the 3 strange dragons was that no one had ever seen them appear. However, they had never seemed out of place in this world. On the contrary, the strangeness that came from the unfamiliarity quickly disappeared, as if they were immediately recognized by those who had seen them from the inside out. This kind of aura was terrifying to the Asura, strange to the others, but to Linyu Laozu, it was shocking. As a pure yang cultivator, he had a more accurate understanding of this world. This kind of understanding might only be instinctive to others, but Linyu Laozu knew that this feeling came from the recognition of the natural source of the world. He had personally witnessed such a thing before. They were the Qiankuan wine cauldron that Earth Spirit Sun summoned during the Battle of Luoshin Mountain and the heavenly sword technique that Xiao Baiyu used to break the 5 elements. One of them was one of the 6 artifacts that participated in opening the heavens, while the other was the heavenly sword technique that Jiao Daoren left behind when he opened up the East Sea cultivation world. Heaven and earth were created by them, so it was naturally easier for them to obtain the approval of the origin of heaven and earth. The heaven-defying swordsmanship that Lu Ping used at this time could only be of the same type, which was that this swordsmanship had been used in the process of opening the sky. It was the same as the swordsmanship that Xiao Baiyu practiced. It was the genuine heaven-opening swordsmanship. Everyone was shocked by Lu Ping's sword technique, and Lin Yu Laozu was shocked that Lu Ping also knew heavenly sword technique. However, everyone ignored the flying sword that Lu Ping controlled. It was only a first tribulation spirit treasure, so it naturally would not attract the attention of others. However, Lu Ping knew that only through the sword of true spirit could he unleash the power of his divine swordsmanship to suppress the asuras. 3 dragons, dragon battle in the wild. In an instant, Lu Ping had already grasped the essence of the heavenly sword technique. However, even though Lu Ping's heaven-opening technique could turn the tables on the Asura in an instant, he still couldn't kill an Asura in a short period of time, even if it was an injured Asura. At this moment, did Tian Fan and Tian Shui still have the time to wait? Lu Ping's heart was bleeding. How could he not know what kind of secret technique Tian Fan Laozu was using? This method of consuming vitality to suppress his injuries to increase his strength, there was only one result. After this battle, Tian Fan Laozu's fate was to fall. However, at this moment, it was not only Tian Fan Laozu. Lu Ping's divine sense covered the entire battlefield. At this moment, the one who could not hold on was Tian Tian. Tian Tian, who was already injured, had no choice but to fight it head-on to prevent the blood Asura that Laozu had chased away from coming back to harass him. He was now an arrow at the end of its flight. If it wasn't for Tian Tian Laozu luring the blood Asura away and Liu Tianyuan using his full strength to block the majority of the Jade Asura's attack, perhaps Tian Tian would not have been able to hold on. Although the Asura was temporarily suppressed by Lu Ping's heavenly sword technique, it seemed to understand Lu Ping's thoughts. In an instant, it actually began to defend with all its strength. And this type of defense was very familiar to Lu Ping. It was entanglement. It used all of Lu Ping's skills to entangle itself. Lu Ping had covered the entire battlefield with his divine sense. However, at this moment, whether it was the Netherwater sword or his avatar, they were unable to provide any help to the cultivators from the same sect outside of the battle. This occupation was not only noticed by Lu Ping, but also by the Asura. At this moment, the one who could not be delayed was Zhenling. This time, Tian Fan Laozu finally could not hold on any longer under the Asura's attacks. He consumed all his vitality in exchange for suppressing his injuries and increasing his strength. However, under the absolute suppression of strength, he was ultimately unable to withstand such a situation where he was heavily injured. After the Asura sent the 2 of them flying for the 5th time, the Skysoul ancestor finally could not even spit out blood anymore. He did his best to turn his pale white face around, wanting to say something to the Skysnow ancestor beside him. However, his lips moved, but nothing came out in the end. Instead, his eyes began to glaze over. Tian Shui Laozu was instantly stunned. Even when the Asura had already caught up to them and the companion spiritual treasure in its hand was already above Tian Shui Laozu, she did not notice it at all. "Senior uncle, be careful. Senior uncle, be careful." One by one, Zhenling's disciples cried out. However, at this moment, Tian Shui Laozu was like a fool, not moving at all. She only looked at Tian Fan Laozu, who no longer had any vitality left. Defeated. Zhenling is finally going to be defeated. Has that female cultivator gone stupid? Wouldn't it be good if she could resist for a while? This Asura has yet to exhaust much of its strength. If she were to interfere in the battle, it would be a huge problem. Her Dao companion is already dead. From the looks of it, the 2 of them were deeply in love. At this moment, she doesn't even care about her own life. Since she doesn't want it, it would be good if she self-destructed. It's chaotic. The aura around her body is chaotic. If she isn't possessed by the devil, then she is going to self-destruct. As expected, she is going to self-destruct. That's great. This Asura is so pleased with itself. If she were to self-destruct at this distance, there's an 80 to 90% chance that she wouldn't be able to dodge it. It would be enough for her to suffer. Why don't we attack after she self-destructs? Hee. Are you eyeing that Asura's battle merit points? Do you think that you are Lu Tianping? That you can deal with a heavily injured Asura by yourself? Even that Lu Tianping is being held there by that Asura and can't do anything about it, right? The cultivators who were hiding in the void around them were still excitedly communicating with each other through divine thoughts. All of a sudden, it was as if they had lost their voices. However, very quickly, a series of curses could be heard. How did this person come out? He actually dared to use spatial magic on the battlefield. Who the F***ck is this? He's not following the rules. He's looking for death. He can actually stop that female cultivator from self-destructing. F***ck, he's only at the late Dharma stage, and he can actually block that Asura. Who is this person? Who is it? Very quickly, a wave of gloating divine thoughts was shared. Ayo, he's been sent flying. I knew it. Serves him right. He's overestimating himself. A great cultivator actually dares to fight with an Asura one-on-one. Does he think that he is Xiao Baiyu? No. Quick, look. Oh my God. That fellow stood up as if nothing happened. He went back up again. Is he still human? Strange, this is strange. How can this person's fleshly body be so strong? Wasn't the pure yang lightning tribulation just like an itch to him? In an instant, the divine thoughts in the air seemed to have sunk into silence. Just when Tian Shui Laozu was determined to die and wanted to take the opportunity to self-destruct, a great cultivator with a blurry face calmly opened up a spatial door in the midst of the turbulent battlefield. Allowing the turbulent space to tear his body apart, he appeared beside Tian Shui Laozu. Oh, it seems like I'm not too late. Following that, the old man seemed to have sensed the turbulence of the spiritual energy around him. His emotionless gaze swept across Tian Shui Laozu. After that, he pointed a finger at the back of Tian Shui Laozu's shoulder. Old ancestor Heavenly Snow, who was about to self-detonate his true essence and had already fallen into an uncontrollable state, suddenly fainted. Then, the turbulent aura around him immediately calmed down. Old ancestor Heavenly Snow's self-detonation had actually been contained. The Asura's attacks came one after another. However, the old man actually managed to block the killing blow that was originally aimed at Tian Shui Laozu, causing the Asura to be momentarily stunned. However, very quickly, the Asura launched another attack. This time, the old man was finally unable to block it. Or perhaps it was because the old man was distracted. He pushed the unconscious Tian Shui Laozu and the fallen Tian Fan Laozu into the encampment a few hundred zhong away. After that, he was sent flying by the Asura's powerful attack. However, a shocking scene occurred. After the old man was sent flying by the Asura, his fleshly body didn't suffer any injuries. He actually patted the dust off his body and stood up once again. This time, it wasn't just the cultivators from the various sects who were secretly watching the battle. Even the two sides that were fighting on the battlefield were shocked. Just how condensed was this person's physical body to be able to withstand an Asura's attack without being injured? Only Lu Tianping's morale was greatly boosted when the old man appeared. The Sword of True Spirit let out a long cry. After suppressing the Asura, Lu Ping was finally able to accumulate his Jin Yuan and unleash an even more powerful attack. However, since the old man had appeared, Lu Ping naturally wouldn't expose the fact that the pure yang spiritual treasure was split into two. Following the trembling of the spiritual treasure moly, a roar that seemed to originate from ancient times came from the purplish gold auspicious cloud behind Lu Ping, revealing the true appearance of the pure yang spiritual treasure. All this while, this was the first time Lu Ping had revealed his source Dharma idol in front of everyone. After the old man blocked the Asura, Lu Ping knew that the most critical moment had passed. However, this didn't mean that Zhenling could win for sure. On the contrary, this was just another delay in the outbreak of danger. This time, the Dharma idol dragon didn't show its head but not its tail in the Dharma idol auspicious cloud. Instead, it pounced into the battle the moment it was summoned by Lu Ping. The three sword lights of the Sword of True Spirit, dragon fighting in the wild, merged with the Dharma idol dragon the moment the Dharma idol dragon appeared. Not only did the Sword of Opening Heaven not weaken, it became even more powerful. The Asura was already at a disadvantage when Lu Ping used the Sword of True Spirit to perform the Sword of Opening Heaven. Now that Lu Ping used the Dharma idol dragon to control the Sword of Opening Heaven, its power was even greater. However, in order to entangle Lu Ping with all its strength, the Asura had gathered all of Lu Ping's techniques other than swordsmanship. In other words, Lu Ping was not only dealing with the sword of opening heaven. At this time, the Asura's previous actions had completely become a trap of its own making. Although the spiritual treasure in the Asura's hands was not comparable to a pure yang spiritual treasure, it was much stronger than a second tribulation spiritual treasure. However, under the combination of the Dharma idol dragon and the sword of true spirit, it was sent flying the moment the two sides came into contact. Then the Asura's body flashed and dodged to the side. However, it was inevitable that the sword of true spirit would cut open a wound on its shoulder. However, Lu Ping's methods had always been like a flood. The sword of true spirit missed, and Lu Xiaoping appeared again. The green willow sword was pointing in the direction the Asura was dodging. But after all, Asuras were existences on the same level as pure yang cultivators. Even if Lu Ping had the upper hand, he still had to make sure his attacks were relentless in order to kill an Asura. He couldn't afford to give the Asura any chance to catch its breath. The Asura swung its hand, and a spiritual light turned into a sharp wind. Like a slap, it slapped Lu Xiaoping 30 feet away. However, the Asura was too slow, and the torrent of sword techniques had already swept the Asura. The Asura stretched out its hand to summon the spiritual treasure. At the same time, it tried its best to resist the attack of the great river flows east. However, in the blink of an eye, it saw that the strange dragon had already opened its mouth in the torrent of sword techniques. The Asura's eyes turned black, and it struggled to break free. However, it was all in vain. In an unknown place, the Asura's eyes were pitch black. It opened its mouth and let out a roar, wanting to ask for help, but no sound came out of its mouth. It struggled in all directions, wanting to touch something, but to no avail. The only thing it could feel was that its consciousness seemed to be fading away, and then completely falling into endless darkness. That Lu Tianping actually killed the Asura. How is this possible? Is he using the legendary Heaven Opening Sword technique? Since when did the Heaven Opening Sword technique become so worthless? Purple Sun Palace has it, Xiao Baiyu has it, and now Lu Tianping has it too. What is that Dharma form of his? Is it the Dharma form of a dragon? Why is it so strange? Is there some mystery behind it? That's not the problem now. The problem is whether we should fight. Lu Tianping killed the Asura. With his strength, he can completely break the stalemate. If we don't go out and fight for the battle merits now, I'm afraid that all of them will fall into Junling's hand. For a time, the cultivators who had been watching from the sidelines fell into a strange silence again. This was a situation they had thought of before, but for some reason, they could not make up their minds now. This Lu Tianping, 3 or 4 voices rang out at the same time, and then everyone fell silent. Everyone knew that the reason for their hesitation was because of Lu Tianping. This was a demon. This was an existence that could even kill Asuras when he was at the mid-Dharma stage. His strange Dharma power, his unparalleled swordsmanship, and his unbelievably powerful inner Yuan cultivation all showed that he was no less powerful than Xiao Baiyu. He might even be more difficult to deal with than Xiao Baiyu had been all those years ago. After today's battle, many of the cultivators who were watching knew that their sects had greatly offended Junling. If it was just a Junling sect, it would be fine. Even if it became a large sect in the future, so what? Could it come to the Central Plains to settle scores after the fall? But if this sect produced another person like Xiao Baiyu, damn it, let's do it. It'll be a waste if we don't snatch it. There are so many people here today. Is he going to make things difficult for everyone in the future? It's a free reward. Doesn't anyone want to enter the 7th Patriarch's Daoist platform? The 7th Patriarch's Daoist platform. Everyone's hearts burned with passion when they thought about the place where the 7th Patriarch would teach. Settling scores after the fall and taking revenge in the future was nothing compared to the 7th Patriarch's Daoist platform. Junling, don't panic. I'm Yu Liu from the Xiaoxiang sect. I'm here to lend you a hand. I'm Mo Fan from the Snow Mountain sect. Han Yu from the Tsangshan sect. Stars from the Yunpan Mountain sect. Ju Ruoshi from the Feiyun Pavilion. As soon as Lu Ping killed the Asura, more than 10 rays of light rushed toward the battlefield from a few kilometers away from Junling's base like meteors. Lu Ping let out a cold laugh and said in a low voice, snatching the rewards. I hope you won't snatch them from me. Chapter 1286. Just as Lu Ping surprised everyone by killing the Azura, the cultivators who had been hiding in the surrounding void and watching from the sidelines all rushed towards Junling's base as if they had discussed it beforehand. At the same time, they were shouting and announcing their sects, and at the same time, they were waving the flag of helping Junling. These people were fast enough, but at this time, Lu Ping had to think of ways to be faster, because Junling had already lost 2 first-generation mid-Dharma adepts, 1 dead and 1 seriously injured, in order to defend the base. Lu Ping did not want to lose another senior at this time. Faced with the Jade Shura's continuous attacks, Liu Qinyuan's power was getting stronger and stronger, but Tian Tian's injuries were getting worse. Fortunately, the 3 of them were working together to block the Jade Shura in front of them, but at this time, another Blood Shura came running towards them. Tian Tian once again blocked the Blood Shura's attack, but the Jade Shura immediately seized the opportunity, using the companion spiritual treasure in her hand to far exceed that of Liu Qinyuan and the others, and directly attacked at close range. Liu Qinyuan and Lu Qina used all their strength to block the attack, but Tian Tian was already at the end of his rope. The treasure in his hand and the companion spiritual treasure collided and broke, and Tian Tian himself was sent flying. Naturally, the Jade Shura would not let go of this opportunity to attack them one by one. While Liu Qinyuan and Lu Qina had not recovered from the previous attack, the Jade Shura was already rushing towards Tian Tian. Seeing that Tian Tian's life was about to be lost, a sword chi dragon roared and rushed over first. The Jade Shura saw that the situation was not good, and immediately turned to escape. This was the sword of opening the heavens, which could even kill asuras. Although the Jade Shura did not know what the sword of opening the heavens was, it knew that the person who used this sword skill had killed a Azura before. The Jade Shura turned to escape, but at this time, Liu Qinyuan and Lu Qina had already calmed the fluctuating inner yuan in their bodies, and the 2 of them saw this opportunity and immediately blocked it. Lu Ping saw this, and his true spirit sword swept across. The Jade Shura's arm, which was holding the companion spiritual treasure, was torn off by the sword chi dragon. Liu Qinyuan and Lu Qina took the opportunity to attack the Jade Shura when it was down, and the Jade Shura died in Liu Qinyuan's hands. But as the 3 of them worked together to kill the Jade Shura, there was a sudden grunt from behind Lu Ping. Lu Ping's face changed, and he quickly turned around. He saw that Tian Tian's chest had been pierced by a dagger-shaped companion spiritual treasure. Behind Tian Tian, Blood Shura, who was grinning hideously, immediately panicked when he saw Lu Ping turn around. He wanted to pull back his companion spiritual treasure and turn around to escape. But the companion spiritual treasure seemed to have taken root in Tian Tian's chest, and it didn't move. Lu Ping could clearly see that Tian Tian's hands were in front of his chest, and he was holding the dagger that had pierced through his chest. Big brother! Lu Ping's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The Blood Shura didn't even dare to take his companion's spiritual treasure anymore. He turned around and tried to escape, but it was too late. Just as he was about to pull out his companion's spiritual treasure to escape, it was already too late. The sword chi of the dragon came roaring, and the Blood Shura was completely destroyed. But Tian Tian's hands were still holding the companion's spiritual treasure in his chest, and he smiled at Lu Ping. Then his eyes lost their light, and he fell to the ground. Big brother! Senior brother Tian Tian! Tian Tian's death shocked everyone in Junling. Almost all the cultivators in Junling went crazy. Even Xie Tianyang and the others were affected by this tragedy, and they all launched counterattacks. For a moment, although Lu Ping didn't have an absolute chance of winning because he was free, he actually had the upper hand. Before Lu Ping's sudden rise and Liu Qinyuan's smelting of the Dharma form soul, Tian Tian was the well-deserved number 1 among the 3rd generation of disciples in Junling. When Lu Ping and Liu Qinyuan were still struggling to reach the core forging stage, Tian Tian, as the first disciple under Jiang Tianlin Laozu, had become Jiang Tianlin Laozu's right-hand man, and he began to take charge of the sect's affairs. In Junling, Tian Tian was the most respected and most prestigious disciple among the entire 3rd generation. Some even regarded him as a capable candidate for the next sect master of Junling. When the battle between Junling and Mara was at a stalemate, it was Tian Tian who made the first sacrifice and killed Bloodsurer at the cost of injury, which gave Junling a chance to breathe. When Han Wuya and Hua Wuyin retreated and Junling fell into the most critical situation, it was Tian Tian who blocked Bloodsurer's sneak attack at the cost of serious injury, which stabilized Lu Ping's last line of defense, which was already on the verge of collapse. But now, when Junling was about to achieve the final victory against Mara's army, Tian Tian finally failed to escape Bloodsurer's assassination. It was not that he could not escape, but that the successive serious injuries made it impossible for him to escape Bloodsurer's attack from behind. Lu Ping reached out and grasped in the air, and a river of spiritual qi instantly formed. Tian Tian's corpse floated on the river of spiritual qi and slowly floated into Junling's station. For the battle of this station, Junling had paid a heavy price. Liu Tianyuan and Lu Qina had already entered the battlefield. With the successive deaths of an Azura and a Jade Shura, Junling had freed up enough manpower, and there was no doubt that Junling would win this battle. But at this time, all the Junling practitioners were holding back their anger, which was to seize as many battle points as possible, so that the practitioners from various sects who came out to take advantage of the situation would not be able to gain anything. At this time, the practitioners from various sects had already entered the battlefield. Although Mara's army still had the advantage of numbers, among the high-level practitioners above the Dharma phase, the human clan had an absolute advantage. And without Mara's harassment, Xie Tianyang and the others had also displayed their strength. The Blood Shura that had been harassing Xie Tianyang was lured away, and the Jade Shura in front of him was instantly stabbed twice by Xie Tianyang's sword. At this time, a mid-Dharma adept had also taken advantage of the situation, and wanted to join Xie Tianyang in attacking the Jade Shura to steal the battle points. "Get lost!" Xie Tianyang roared, and the blazing sky sun sword did not attack the Jade Shura, but instead slashed at the mid-Dharma adept who was trying to steal the battle point. "Ah, Xie Tianyang, what are you doing? Are you with Mara?" This adept was quite unlucky. He had originally attacked Mara's escape route to steal the battle points, but he did not expect Xie Tianyang to turn and attack him instead. But the Jade Shura was also angry that someone had attacked her from behind, and she also threw her spiritual treasure at him. This adept was just an ordinary mid-Dharma adept who had taken advantage of the situation, so there was no way he could block the combined attack of the Jade Shura and the heir of the Ziyang Palace. He was immediately hit so hard that he spat out blood, and before he could take advantage of the situation, he was already covered in injuries. Although the adept was filled with hatred, the person in front of him was the heir of the Ziyang Palace, and he was not someone he could provoke. He had no choice but to retreat from the battle. With Xie Tianyang's status, since he had already made it clear that he would not allow others to steal the battle points, the other adepts all went around him. There was no need to offend the heir of a holy land. When an early Dharma adept joined the battle, the first thing he did was not to steal the battle points from Junling, but to fly directly to a position in the middle of the battlefield. Before this, when Tianfan Laozu had fallen, the spiritual treasure fan in his hand had fallen to the ground. Tian Shui Laozu had also been prepared to die, so she naturally did not think of picking up the spiritual treasure. After that, the Longhuai ancestor had saved Tian Shui Laozu, but under the attack of the Azura, he had not been able to pick up the spiritual treasure in time. As a result, the battle had continued until now, and the spiritual treasure had still been left there on the battlefield. There was more than one person who had their eyes on this spiritual treasure. Just as the early Dharma adept was about to snatch it, there were also two other Dharma adepts who had already discovered the location of the spiritual treasure, and they rushed forward to snatch it. However, right after that, a flash of sword light flashed past, so fast that no one could react in time. Following that, another two cries of pain could be heard. The two people who had snatched the spiritual treasure before the early Dharma adept had their wrists cut off by the sword light. A silhouette stood there and slowly squatted down. With both hands, he picked up the spiritual treasure fan and kept it in his ritual storage device. When he lifted his gaze to look at the few adepts who wanted to snatch the spiritual treasure, his eyes were filled with a cold, murderous intent. "Lu Tianping, what are you trying to do? We came here with good intentions to help, but you actually attacked us so viciously." Lu Ping smiled sinisterly and said, "Help. This is Junling's spiritual treasure. Whoever tries to snatch it, I will kill them." His murderous intent surged in all directions like a huge wave, causing all the surrounding adepts to shut their mouths. This was a ruthless person who could even kill asuras. At this time, no one dared to challenge Lu Ping's patience, and no one dared to go and verify what Lu Ping had said. When they had rushed to the battlefield under the guise of helping, they had indeed taken some of the pressure off Junling. However, this was originally a battle that Junling had already won. Even if these adepts had not rushed to help, Junling would at most have delayed the time of victory. However, although these people had rushed into the battlefield at this time, in most cases, they did not fight to the death with Mara. Most of the time, they would leave after one blow. However, every time a bloodsurer fell into a state of near death, these people would attack with all their might and snatch the last blow. They were the typical type of people who were only willing to take credit and not put in more effort. However, at this time, the Junling adepts were already tired from the continuous battles, and there were very few who could snatch the last blow from these people. Qin Yu and Qin Gang had just used the power of the protective array to severely injure a bloodsurer. They did not expect that immediately, 3 Dharma adepts would rush towards the bloodsurer in front of them, wanting to give it the last blow. Qin Yu and Qin Gang were furious, but at this time, it was already too late for them to snatch it. Seeing that they were about to lose the points that they had worked so hard to obtain, a little person about a foot tall suddenly appeared behind the bloodsurer and kicked the bloodsurer's butt. The bloodsurer immediately flew forward. Qin Yu and Qin Gang were overjoyed. The two quickly rushed forward. Qin Gang blocked the bloodsurer's struggling attack, and Qin Yu took the opportunity to behead the bloodsurer. Chapter 1287. The 3 Dharma adepts were furious that their attacks had missed. One of them yelled at Lu Xiaohai, "What is this thing? Why does this Junling have so many weird things?" When the other 2 people heard this, they quickly distanced themselves from this person, as if they didn't know this person. The cultivator was slightly taken aback, then he saw Lu Xiaohai was looking at him with a stubborn nose and snorted. The cultivator was startled. He was very familiar with the face of this little person. Previously, when he slaughtered everyone, he had shocked the surrounding cultivators. Could it be that this little person was the legendary avatar of Avatar? The cultivator suddenly realized why the other 2 had run so far away. They had no sense of loyalty. But it was better to avoid this little person first. He didn't want to attract the attention of the Junling. Just as Lu Ping sent out his clone, the thin stream sword had already cut off the path of retreat for Mara, who was fighting Laozu of Sky Mountain. By then, the humans had already gained the upper hand. Seeing that the situation was not looking good for them, the Mara army began showing signs of collapsing. However, due to the fact that they had been entangled with Junling faction for too long, the cultivators from the various sects had stepped in to assist them. Thus, it became harder for the Mara army to flee. The Jade Shura saw that the situation was not good, and it wanted to fight and retreat. But Lu Ping saw it, and he cut off its path of retreat. The Jade Shura panicked. After seeing Lu Ping kill the Azura, how could Amara not panic when it saw Lu Ping? But the more panicked the Jade Shura was, the more openings it revealed. A lotus bloomed under Lu Ping's feet, and the Jade Shura was immediately suspended in the air. Although it was only for a short moment, it was enough for Laozu of Sky Mountain to smash the Jade Shura's head with his axe. Qin Yu, Qin Gang, Lu Qina, and Liu Qianyuan all killed their opponents with Lu Ping's help. Junling's side was now more confident when it came to fighting for Blood Mara's battle glory. After Lu Ping helped Laozu of Sky Mountain kill the Jade Shura, Laozu of Sky Mountain immediately went to help the other cultivators who were fighting Jade Mara. The cultivators who came out to fight were all very smart. Aside from getting the last hit, if they weren't confident, they wouldn't fight Mara head-on. Aside from some of them who had good training, most of them were only going for Blood Mara. They didn't want to fight the Jade Shura. Aside from the Jade Shura's power, they didn't want to fight her. More importantly, the cultivators on Junling's side who were fighting the Jade Shura were difficult to deal with. Chan Yu and Chan Xiong originally had a hard time facing the two Jade Mara and the two Blood Shura after Liu Qianyuan left. But after Liu Qianyuan, Liu Qina, and the Qin brothers were freed up, the first to help were the two sisters. Without the Blood Shura holding them back, the two sisters were planning to raise their spirits and show the power of the Heavenly Moon sect's female cultivators. Unexpectedly, just as the two of them worked together to suppress the two Jade Mara in front of them, Han Yu Laozu of the Blue Mountain sect suddenly attacked the Jade Demon from behind. He killed the Jade Demon in one fell swoop and snatched 15 battle glory from the two sisters. The two sisters, Chan Yu and Chan Xiong, had fought with Mo Luo for half a day and finally had the chance to kill points with great difficulty. Who would have thought that someone would appear out of nowhere and snatch away the points that they were about to obtain? The two direct disciples of the Heavenly Moon sect instantly exploded with anger. This time, the Frost Feather ancestor had really provoked a hornet's nest. The two sisters easily killed the remaining Jade Shura. Then, the two sisters didn't fight with the others for battle glory. Instead, they stared at Han Yu Laozu. Wherever he went, the two sisters would follow far behind. Once Han Yu Laozu tried to snatch the battle glory from others, the two sisters would immediately attack. Even if they couldn't snatch it, the two sisters definitely wouldn't let Han Yu Laozu snatch it himself. The two of them also wouldn't fall out with Han Yu Laozu. Instead, they stuck close to him like sticky candy. Han Yu Laozu could be considered an expert among the mid-Dharma adepts. He could also control one of the sect's first calamity spirit treasures. The Blue Mountain sect could be considered a large sect in the Central Plains. If it was just based on individual power, Chan Yu and Chan Xiong were on par with him. However, ever since Han Yu snatched a Jade Demon from the two of them, the three of them started to fight. Han Yu Laozu tried to snatch and kill two Blood Shura twice, but he didn't succeed. Instead, he was killed by the two sisters. After that, there were two more chances for him to snatch and kill the Jade Demon, which was destroyed by the two sisters. Ever since Han Yu Laozu snatched a Jade Demon from the beginning, he didn't get any more after being harassed by the two sisters. Han Yu Laozu suppressed his anger. However, he was the one who made the first move, so he didn't have any reason to argue with the two sisters. Han Yu Laozu wanted to force the two sisters to retreat, but when he thought of their status, Han Yu didn't have any confidence. The Blue Mountain sect couldn't compare to the Heavenly Moon sect. He couldn't argue with them, couldn't beat them, and couldn't afford to offend them. Han Yu Laozu had no choice but to beg for mercy from the two sisters. Unfortunately, the two sisters didn't care at all. As long as Han Yu Laozu made a move, the two sisters would follow behind him again. It was said that the female practitioners of the Heavenly Moon sect were difficult to deal with. Even the Crystal Palace would have a headache whenever they saw them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to resist the Crystal Palace for thousands of years. Today, he had accidentally offended these two women. He really reaped what he sowed. Aside from the two sisters, there was another person who was frantically fighting for points. However, this person wasn't one of the cultivators from the various sects who came under the banner of rescue. It was Xie Tianyang. Without Blood Mara holding him back, how could the Jade Shura be Xie Tianyang's opponent? The blazing sky sun sword danced in the air like a fireball, burning the Jade Shura trapped in the sword formation into a dried corpse. Then, Xie Tianyang began to fight for points on the battlefield. Xie Tianyang had been provoked by Lu Ping. Before the last battle began, Lu Ping's points had already reached 50. After that, Lu Ping killed two Blood Shura. Then, with the help of Han Wuya and Hua Wuyin, the two great cultivators who had their minds controlled, he killed two Jade Shura and one Jade Demon. At this time, Lu Ping's points had reached a terrifying 91. But that wasn't the end. Lu Ping cast sky-opening swordsmanship and successfully killed an Azura, earning him 20 battle points. His battle points on the projection stone rose to a despairing 111 points. Although Xie Tianyang couldn't see Lu Ping's reflecting stone, he remembered Lu Ping's points clearly. Looking at his own reflecting stone, which only had 23 points, Xie Tianyang was annoyed. Although Lu Ping had killed an Azura, Xie Tianyang still didn't believe that there was such a big gap between him and Lu Ping. Compared to those cultivators who were fighting for battle credits, Xie Tianyang appeared even crazier and more unscrupulous. He did not even spare the blood demon Azura who was fighting against the cultivators of Zhenling's sect. With a single slash, he killed a blood Azura who was fighting against Yun Jian, leaving Yun Jian baffled. But then he saw Xie Tianyang enter the fight between Green Fox and the others, and kill 2 blood Shuras. Yun Jian murmured to himself, "This Xie Tianyang must be crazy." Fortunately, Xie Tianyang wasn't completely crazy. As Green Fox and the others watched in shock, the blazing sky sun sword knocked away the Jade Shura's spiritual treasure, and then flew to the next target. Without the protection of the spiritual treasure, the Jade Shura was beaten up by Green Fox and the others. After a while, the Jade Shura was killed by Green Fox. Qinghu cursed angrily, while Qinghu smiled bitterly. This guy, Xie Tianyang, was like a starving ferocious beast. He was so hungry that he could not be choosy. After snatching Cloudsword, Cyan Fox, and the others, he charged into the other battles and began to plunder the battle points of others. Amidst the cries and curses of the cultivators from the various sects who had rushed over to rescue him, Xie Tianyang's raging Inferno Heaven Sunsword did not give anyone a chance to reason with him, and only cared about killing. "Xie Tianyang, what are you doing? There's no need for you to interfere with this blood demon. Get lost." Xie Tianyang spat out these words viciously, and he had already run into the middle of the battle that was surrounding the 2 blood Asuras. A mid-Dharma adept saw Xie Tianyang rushing over with a murderous look and wanted to stop him. At the same time, he said, "Friend Xie, I am Kuan, get lost." Xie Tianyang destroyed all the magic treasures of the cultivator of the same level who had not even had the time to report his name. He spat out a mouthful of blood and rushed into the battle. Amidst the screams and curses of the crowd, he beheaded 2 blood Asuras. The cultivator who had been sent flying by Xie Tianyang struggled to get up and said, "Xie Tianyang, aren't you afraid of angering the crowd?" Xie Tianyang squinted and said in an evil voice, "Fine, I'm angering the crowd. Come at me." The friar was furious. He pointed at Xie Tianyang and said, You. For a long time, he couldn't say a word. Then he remembered that Xie Tianyang was the proud disciple of the #1 holy land in Central Plains, Ziyang Palace. He was born to be the only one who could offend others. He thought about how his accusation seemed to have angered Xie Tianyang. Would this attract the wrath of Ziyang Palace for his own sect? So he coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body trembled, and he didn't know whether it was from fear or anger. He didn't even care about fighting for the points and left Zhenling's station in a hurry. Not long after, Su Jin, Sang Yu, Xiahou Wushang, and the others also finished off their opponents and joined in the fight for the points. As for Zhenling's own practitioners, except for the strong practitioners like Laozu of Tianshan and Liu Tianyuan who were still participating in the battle, the rest of the early Dharma adepts all retreated to Zhenling's station. Other practitioners with ulterior motives took the opportunity to attack Zhenling's station. At this time, Lu Ping had taken advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was focused on the battle for points to sneak into the Qingming River's water vein. Chapter 1288. The outcome of the battle outside the True Spirit encampment had already been decided. All that was left was for the cultivators from the various sects to hunt down Mo Luo and plunder his points, as well as Ancestor Lin Yu and Ancestor Long Huai who were entangled with the 2 Asuras. While everyone was focused on stealing points, Lu Ping returned to the base after helping Laozu of Sky Mountain kill the Jade Shura. At the array board's location, Ling Long had retracted the water vein's support to the array formation. But Lu Ping still left Lu Xiaohai for Black Fox to protect himself. He then summoned San Ling and the others to guard the array board. At the same time, seeing the chaos outside the encampment, Lu Ping ordered Lu Qin Yun Jian, the Qin brothers, and the others to retreat to the encampment just in case. Seeing that everything was fine, Lu Ping cast the water transformation secret technique and snuck into the Qingming River. With the protection of the pure yang spiritual treasure, the water transformation secret technique, Lu Ping's mastery of the water transformation secret technique grew stronger. Back then, he was able to escape from the 5 Elements sect and the other sect's search for him. Now, it was a piece of cake for him to sneak into the Qingming River and find the water vein. At this moment, the waters of the Qingming River were still turbulent. However, compared to before, the extent of the turbulence had decreased significantly. It was clear that after the various sects had gathered in the Nine Profound Tower, they had already reduced the pressure on the Nine Profound Tower, even though they had yet to launch a large-scale attack on the evil Luo army. This time, Lu Ping wanted to secretly separate a small branch from the Qingming River's main water vein. Then, he would use the Ling Long wine cauldron that was used to suppress the 5-elemental ring in the encampment's array disk to guide the branch to the encampment. Although the secret technique of separating and guiding the water vein was only in the hands of a few sects, it was obviously nothing to the spirit treasure transformed from the water transformation talisman. Moreover, with the exquisite dragon and the 5-element ring as a suppression, it was completely possible to stabilize the water vein. Most importantly, Junling's base was not far from the Qingming River. He didn't need to open a canal like Wuxing School to guide the water. He only needed to connect to an underground river to guide the water. The only worry was that when he separated the water vein, no matter how big or small the water vein was, it would inevitably cause a change in the Qingming River. Such a big movement would inevitably attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Therefore, Lu Ping could only seize the opportunity during the battle with Mo Luo to separate the water vein and divert the cultivator's attention. While the various sects were fighting, Dabao had already opened up an underground river under the surface of the Qingming River with Daguay that led directly to the array disk at the encampment more than 200 feet deep. Lu Ping was hundreds of feet deep in the Qingming River, with a huge pair of scissors hovering over his head. In front of him was the misty water of the Qingming River. Lu Ping looked at the mantis on his shoulder and said, "Are you sure there's no problem?" The mantis tilted its head, as if it was rolling its eyes, and said, "You should worry about whether you still have enough Jin Yuan to control the main body of the spiritual treasure after a series of battle." Lu Ping laughed and said, "It's almost time." At that moment, the Jade Mara outside the base had been killed, and the only ones left were the Blood Mara, who were fleeing in all directions, and the two Asuras who were being entangled by Lin Yu Laozu and Longhuai Ancestor. At that moment, Laozu of Tianshan happened to be chasing behind a blood demon. This blood demon was surrounded by more than 10 big Mara. They were resisting Laozu of Tianshan while trying their best to break out of the encirclement and return to Mara's base camp along the Qingming River. At that moment, a spear flew in front of Mara's army, piercing through 2 great Asuras in front of it, and headed straight for the blood demon that was surrounded by the big Mara. Laozu of Tianshan narrowed his eyes, and the mountain-splitting axe in his hand arrived first. There was an explosion in the air, and the spear was knocked away by the second tribulation spiritual treasure. "This is the old man's prey, don't you dare snatch it." Laozu of Tianshan stretched out his hand and recalled the mountain-splitting axe. The blood demon was suddenly blocked by a human practitioner, and it was in a panic. It was obvious that Laozu of Tianshan, who was chasing after it, had gotten into a conflict with the person in front of it. He did not even care about the minions around him, and he flew straight to the side, which happened to be above the surface of the Qingming River. Laozu of Tianshan snorted coldly and was about to chase after him, but he saw that the spear had also landed in the hands of a mid-Dharma adept. He snorted coldly at Laozu of Tianshan and said, "Your sect has already won today's battle, and you have accumulated enough battle merits. Why don't you give them a share?" Naturally, Ancestor Tianshan didn't have a good attitude towards these people. However, this wasn't the time to turn hostile. He just said coldly, "Battle merits are earned through real strength. They aren't given to you by others, nor are they obtained through trickery." The friar's face turned red. He obviously knew that Laozu of Tianshan was mocking them for being the third party in a fight. They did not expect Junling to win so quickly that they did not even have time to react. Junling's side had already almost killed Mara, who had accumulated the most battle merits. The friar took a deep breath and said, "Today's matter is indeed a little shameful, but as you said earlier, battle merits are earned through fighting. Therefore, I still want to fight for this blood demon." Laozu of Tianshan glanced at the Qingming River and suddenly laughed. "As you wish then." The two of them fought at the same time. Although they did not attack each other, They were able to block each other from attacking the blood demon. At the same time, when the blood demon saw that the two of them had blocked its escape route, it decided to go all out and fight the two of them. The two of them and the blood demon fought fiercely on the surface of the Qingming River. In an instant, the Qingming River was turned upside down, and the waves surged as if there was a hurricane on the sea. The adept with the spear laughed and said, "Although you have a second disaster spiritual treasure, your strength may not be that strong. This is a little disappointing. Then take my next blow." There was another loud sound, and the Qingming River once again surged with waves that were 20 to 30 feet high. The entire river began to shake. At this moment, Azura, who was frightened by the unkillable Longhui ancestor, saw that his side was about to be slaughtered, and thought of running away. Ancestor Longhui still wanted to stop Azura, but he didn't grasp the right moment to stop Azura this time, and he was swept away by the aura of Azura's companion spirit treasure, causing him to fall all the way into Azure Netherriver. Longhui ancestor took the opportunity to shake off the force on his body into the river to dissolve it. This section of the river was even pushed back for more than 30 feet, and then an even bigger wave was stirred up. Amidst the muffled rumbling sounds, the section of Qingming River outside of Zhenling's encampment was filled with strong winds and huge waves. Under the impact of the huge waves, the cultivators from various sects who were still fighting could feel that the shore on this side of the river was constantly swaying from the impact of the huge waves. They all secretly sighed in their hearts at how this Zhenling could produce so many Avilders. 2 miles upstream of the encampment, there was a water vein that was more than 100 feet deep. Not far away, the turbulence caused by the battle could even be clearly felt from here. Lu Ping smiled lightly and said, "It's about time, let's begin." The mantis jumped down from Lu Ping's shoulder and disappeared into the scissors in his hand. Then, a bluish-purple halo began to enshroud the scissors. Lu Ping's right hand suddenly opened, and with a zung sound, the edge of the scissors suddenly opened up. Then, with all of Lu Ping's divine sense, he finally seized the opportunity to cut along the edge of the main water vein, and a water vein as thick as a chopstick was immediately separated from the main water vein. And at the moment when the pure yang spiritual treasure scissors were cut, the entire Qingming River suddenly shook, directly affecting the surface of the water from more than 100 feet deep. Waves surged up and pounced in all directions. In an instant, the flow of the Qingming River seemed to be in chaos. The waves collided with each other, and very quickly, layer upon layer, piled up to a height of several tens of feet, and then fell down heavily, smashing on the edge of the river, as if the entire ground was shaking. Under the water, Lu Ping almost lost his balance under this violent turbulence. Seeing that the small water vein that was separated was about to merge with the main water vein again, Lu Ping hung the water moon repellent pearl above his head, and soon he was no longer affected by the turbulence of the river. Lu Ping took the opportunity to cast a traction array, and the Linglong wine cauldron that was suppressing the 5-element ring shook. The separated water vein finally no longer merged with the main water vein, and the silver fox near the array disk quickly ordered several array masters of Zhenling to open the traction array. Under the effect of the 5-element ring and the Linglong wine cauldron, the small water vein that was separated by Lu Ping finally slowly lengthened from the main water vein, and spread towards the underground water channel opened by Dabao. "It's done." Lu Ping was overjoyed. With the help of this small water vein, he could save a lot of cultivation resources for Zhenling's encampment, and it would also improve the encampment's defense. Another deafening rumble rang out from the Cyan Netherworld River as Patriarch Longhui was flung from the surface of the river to the shore by the Azura. He crashed into a cliff on the shore, causing the earth to quake and the mountains to shake. The Azura finally broke free from Patriarch Longhui's entanglement and fled downstream along the Cyan Netherworld River. In Zhenling's encampment, when the earth shook, the encampment also shook. The silver fox's face lit up with joy, and she said, "It's done." Then, the blue light that leaked out from the Linglong wine cauldron suddenly disappeared, and the 5-element ring shone brightly. Fortunately, the silver fox and the others quickly suppressed it, and the sudden strengthening of the array formation did not appear on the protective array formation outside the encampment. Outside the encampment, Longhui ancestor, who was thrown away by the Azura, jumped out of the shore unscathed. Seeing that the Azura had actually escaped, it turned around and joined the battle between Lin Yu Laozu and the other Azura. The battle outside the encampment had ended, and only the Azura that Lin Yu Laozu and Longhuai ancestor were suppressing was left. At this time, it could not escape even if it wanted to. Chapter 1289. Even though Lin Yu Laozu was not able to use even 50 to 60% of his power, it was not difficult for him to suppress an Azura. Hence, the Azura that could not kill the Longhuai ancestor could escape when it saw that the situation was not in its favor. This Azura that was being suppressed by Lin Yu Laozu also tried to break out of the encirclement several times, but each time, it was blocked by Lin Yu Laozu. The Longhuai ancestor saw that the Azura that it was fighting with had escaped, but it did not care. Instead, it turned around and joined Lin Yu Laozu's battle, and began to help Lin Yu Laozu kill the Azura. At this time, the Mara army outside the Zhenling station had basically been wiped out. Occasionally, there were a few Mara that escaped, but they were all small fries, and the crowd did not pay much attention to them. However, at this time, more and more practitioners gradually formed a circle around the battle between Lin Yu Laozu and the Azura, surrounding them. The eyes of some of the cultivators who were not weak flickered. It was obvious that they wanted to kill the Azura in the depths of the mountains. This Azura was worth 20 battle points to a mid-Dharma adept. This time, the battle had been smooth sailing, and many of the mid-Dharma adepts had only managed to kill a few blood demons. In fact, none of the people present had reached 20 battle points. If they could really kill the Azura in the end, their battle points would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Lu Ping snuck back from the Qingming River and saw that the water was already in place. The power of the entire 5 elements matrix was gradually increasing, and with a flick of his hand, he put away the wine tripod of the Linglong. The silver fox looked at the wine tripod and asked in a low voice. Before this, there was a bluish-purple spirit light seeping out of the wine tripod, and it stabilized the defense matrix that was on the verge of collapse. Why does that spirit light look so similar to the water? Lu Ping smiled and said, there was originally a water vein inside. Reverend Mystic Fox stared at Lu Ping with widened eyes. What were the recent major events in the cultivation world? One of them was the crushing defeat of Wuxing School at the foot of Luoxin Mountain. A mysterious cultivator had taken away half of the Qingming River's branch. Furthermore, this mysterious cultivator had broken the spiritual treasure that originally belonged to Wuxing School in half and triggered the Pure Yang Thunder Tribulation at the foot of Luoxin Mountain. The entire cultivation world was guessing who the mysterious cultivator was. When Zhenling and the others entered the central region and heard the news, they were also dumbfounded. After all, it was an incredible thing to be able to be the Oriole under the nose of more than 10 pure Yang Laozu. However, Black Fox did not expect that person to be Lu Ping. Lu Ping smiled proudly and said, "How is it? Scared?" Black Fox covered his mouth with one hand and nodded vigorously, which made Lu Ping feel even more proud. Outside the station, none of the cultivators from various sects dared to fight with Lin Yu Laozu for the Azura. Before this, Lin Yu Laozu alone was able to suppress the Azura. Now that the Longhuai ancestor had joined in, the Azura was soon beaten to a pulp by the two of them. Lin Yu Laozu smiled and said, "Fellow cultivator, please end this demonic creature." Longhuai ancestor still had a blank expression and said, "This thing is useless to the old man. Just kill it." After saying that, he walked towards Zhenling's station without looking back. Lin Yu Laozu was slightly surprised, but then he smiled and shook his head. With a wave of his hand, the jasper wind flute hit the Azura's head and instantly killed it. Lin Yu Laozu looked around and said coldly, "What? Do you want the old man to treat everyone to a cup of tea and have a chat?" The cultivators of the various sects did not dare to say anything more. Some had already left quietly, some said goodbye with a laugh, and some casually said a few words to congratulate Zhenling's sect on their great victory and so on, and then left without a trace. Although Zhenling had won today's battle, it had paid a heavy price. Out of the dozens of middle and late core forging disciples, 11 had fallen, and more than 10 were injured. The casualties amounted to more than half of the disciples. However, the fall of Tian Fan and Tian Tian, the two Dharma adepts, had greatly damaged Zhenling's strength. Ever since Zhenling had started the path of becoming a large sect, with the cooperation of the entire sect and the careful planning of the few Laozu, it could be said that everything had been smooth sailing. However, suddenly encountering such a blow had really caught Zhenling off guard. Tian Tian was one of the leaders of the third generation of adepts, and was even considered as a candidate for Zhenling's next leader. The fall of Tian Fan Laozu had also greatly damaged Zhenling's strength. Before Tian Xiong Laozu had advanced to the late Dharma stage, the fundamental reason why Zhenling was able to stand up to Xian Ling sect in the North Sea was because the two Laozu, Tian Fan and Tian Shui, had the ability to fight against late Dharma adepts. It could be said that before Tian Xiong Laozu had advanced to the late Dharma stage, the two of them could be said to be Zhenling's biggest backers. Even after Tian Xiong Laozu had advanced to the late Dharma stage, the two Laozu, Tian Fan and Tian Shui, were still the cornerstones of Zhenling. They were the guarantee that Zhenling could firmly suppress Xian Ling, vast seas, and other sects, and secure its position as the #1 sect in the North Sea. In the North Sea training world, the two Laozu, Tian Fan and Tian Shui, had always been seen as one, and were treated as one great adept. Now that Tian Fan Laozu had fallen, and Tian Shui Laozu had been seriously injured, even after they had recovered, the two of them would no longer be a team. Zhenling had essentially lost a late Dharma adept. Such a loss was a huge blow to Zhenling's strength and morale. The atmosphere in Zhenling was unusually heavy. Tianshan Laozu began to instruct the disciples to collect the corpses of the fallen disciples, while Lu Ping still had to entertain Xie Tianyang, Sang Yu, and the rest. Lin Yu Laozu was obviously very interested in Longhuai Ancestor. However, Longhuai Ancestor obviously did not want to have too much contact with Zhenling and the rest. After nodding at Lin Yu Laozu, he and Lu Ping came to a secluded place. "We came a little late. Otherwise, your martial granduncle and senior might have been able to save them." Lu Ping smiled bitterly. "Zhenling is already grateful that you were willing to lend a helping hand. If not for your help, I'm afraid I don't know how many people from our sect would have survived." Longhuai Ancestor obviously did not dwell on this matter. He only nodded and said, "This time, you have to enter the 7th Patriarch's Tao altar." Lu Ping looked at Longhuai Ancestor in surprise. However, he did not ask for the reason, because he knew that Longhuai Ancestor would definitely tell him. As expected, Longhuai Ancestor continued, "Think of a way to get a few chiming rocks from Jiao Dairen's Tao altar." Longhuai Ancestor also wanted chiming rocks, and it had to be from Jiao Dairen's Tao altar. This was slightly out of Lu Ping's expectations. However, Lu Ping did not ask Longhuai Ancestor for the reason. Instead, he said, "Senior, why don't you go to the Tao altar yourself? With your strength, even if you're just an avatar, you're one of the best among the great cultivators of the same realm. You only need to use the imaging stone to obtain merits." Longhuai Ancestor shook his head and said, "This avatar is naturally unable to enter the Tao altar. The old man only wants to hear the voice of Jiao Daoren from all those years ago. So, the more chiming rocks you bring, the better. Of course, it has to be the rocks from Jiao Dairen's Tao altar." Lu Ping nodded in agreement and said, "I'll do my best, but I may not be able to enter the Tao altar. Moreover, even if I do enter the Tao altar, I may not be able to obtain the chiming rocks." Longhuai Ancestor nodded and said, "Since that's the case, old man will go. I've seen many interesting things in my travels this time. Oh, right, you just have to be careful of the Yuan clan in the battle to annihilate Mara." "The Yuan clan?" Lu Ping thought in his heart, and he said, "Senior, have you noticed something?" Longhuai Ancestor said, "This clan has an indescribable relationship with Peng Daoren from all those years ago. The old man isn't too sure about the specifics, so you just have to be careful." Longhuai Ancestor left directly after he finished speaking, and it caused Lu Ping to be at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. What indescribable relationship? The Yuan clan has never denied the fact that they're a direct line descendant of Peng Daoren, so what's there to conceal about this relationship? Even though Lu Ping knew that the deeper meaning behind Longhuai Ancestor's words wasn't so simple, merely such a general statement still caused Lu Ping to be slightly bewildered. That fellow Daoist Long Huai has left. Lu Ping returned to the residence while his mind was slightly preoccupied, and Lin Yu Laozu instantly asked with a strange expression when he saw that only Lu Ping had returned. "Oh, yes." Senior Long Huai seemed to have some matters to attend to, so he left. Lin Yu Laozu said with slight disappointment, "Unfortunately, this fellow Daoist is extremely mysterious. Long Huai, this name is extremely strange as well. Have you seen this fellow Daoist's true appearance?" Lu Ping was stunned by Lin Yu Laozu's words, and only now did he recover from his shock. Perhaps this external avatar of the Longhuai ancestor was capable of concealing itself from cultivators of the same cultivation realm, but Lin Yu Laozu had obviously noticed something. Not to mention the Longhuai ancestor had been struck numerous times during the battle with the Asuras, yet it hadn't suffered the slightest injury. Lin Yu Laozu didn't believe that there was someone in the cultivation world that could condense the body to such an extent. Lu Ping hesitated for a moment, yet he still said, "I haven't seen this senior's full appearance." Lu Ping wasn't lying when he spoke these words. The Longhuai ancestor's main body was enormous, and Lu Ping was really unable to see his full appearance at that time. Truly a pity. This fellow Daoist Longhuai's external avatar technique is much more formidable than yours. Lu Ping understood that Lin Yu Laozu wanted to say that the Longhuai ancestor's external avatar already possessed such strength, so what sort of level had his main body reached? However, Lu Ping smiled and said, "That's only natural. Junior's external avatar technique was originally taught to me by Senior Long Huai." 3 days later, Chan Yu, Chan Xiong, Xiaohe Wushang, Yun Jian, and Su Jin took their leave first, whereas Xie Tianyang and Sang Yu stayed behind. Even though they were nominally waiting for Lu Ping to refine pills to heal Wu Yinglan's injuries as Xie Tianyang had said, Lu Ping knew that these two good friends had stayed behind because Junling's strength was at its weakest right now. They had stayed behind to deter those who still coveted Junling's base. Chapter 1290. The battle at Junling's location had come to an end. However, this time, Mara's army did not only break through the encirclement at Junling's location. Furthermore, the number of Mara's army that broke through the encirclement at Junling's location had far surpassed the number of soldiers that broke through the encirclement at Junling's location. This was also the reason why after the battle at Junling's location erupted, the 13 pure young Laozu, who were in charge of mobilizing all the cultivators from the various sects to encircle and annihilate Mara's army, would not be left alone. Other than Lin Yu Laozu, no one else had shown up. Compared to the 3 Asuras leading the 3,000 Mara's army at Junling's location, the Skyward Pavilion's encirclement at the southern part of the 9 Profound Towers Qingming River downstream had encountered the invasion of over 10,000 Mara's army led by 3 heavenly demons and 10 Asuras. In the eastern direction, the Heavenly Profound sect, which had just set up camp not long ago, had also encountered the assault of 2 heavenly demons and 7 Asuras. It was said that even Xiao Baiyu had rushed over to assist the 7 Laozu. In the northwestern direction, the Xiang Palace, and the northeastern direction, the Yuan family had also encountered the assault of Mara's army led by the heavenly demons. As for the southeastern direction, the South Sea Talisman Pavilion had also encountered the assault of Mara's army. Although there were no heavenly demons leading them, there were still 7 to 8 Asuras. Their strength far surpassed the assault of Mara's army at Junling's location. Furthermore, the battle at Junling had ended within a single day. They had repelled the assault of 3,000 Mara's army. In the other directions, the battle with Mara's army that had ended the earliest had lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. As for the battles at the other directions, they had all entered a stalemate. Until now, the outcome had yet to be determined. Tian Shui Laozu had only fainted for a day before waking up. Originally, Lu Ping and the others were worried that Tian Shui Laozu would die. However, they had clearly underestimated Tian Shui Laozu. Tian Fan has already fallen. Since Tian Fan has already fallen, I won't die so easily since I didn't chase after him at that time. I still want to live well and see the day when our sect becomes a large sect for Tian Fan. However, I'm currently heavily injured and there's no point for me to stay here. Therefore, I'll bring Tianfan's ashes back to the North Sea. At the same time, if our sect wants to defend this place, we'll need reinforcements from the North Sea. This time, Tianshan will follow me back. Tianru will be in charge of the matters regarding the station. 2 days later, Tian Shuelaozu and Tian Shuelaozu brought Tianfan and Tian Tian's ashes back to the North Sea, as well as 5 to 6 severely injured disciples that required a long time to recuperate. In the entire Zhenling, only the third-generation disciples were left to guard the sect's encampment. Lu Ping had never been in charge of the sect's affairs. Despite Tian Shuelaozu's orders, the affairs of the encampment were still handled by Li Tianru and Liu Tianyuan. As for Lu Ping, he began to prepare the pure young blood stasis dispelling pill for Lin Yu Laozu's recovery. As for Wu Yinglan's injuries, from Lu Ping's point of view, it wasn't too serious. Although the injuries of spiritual sense were known to be thorny, Lu Ping had a few secret pill formulas that could treat spiritual sense injuries. After a battle, there was no lack of soul-devouring crystals. After consuming a few of the pills that Lu Ping had meticulously refined, it was only a matter of time before she recovered. Another 3 days had passed. The news of Mara's army breaking through the encampment had spread like wildfire. Xie Tianyang was already unable to hold himself back. Lu Ping knew that the Purple Sun Palace's encampment had also encountered a powerful attack from Mara's army. Even though the Purple Sun Palace was a sacred ground, Xie Tianyang was still the direct disciple of the Purple Sun Palace. It wasn't easy for him to stay in Zhenling for 6 to 7 days for the sake of friendship. Hence, he took the initiative and said, "Brother Xie, your sect has yet to repel Mara's army's attack. It's better for you to return quickly." Xie Tianyang didn't mind and smiled, "You can be at ease." Previously, third senior brother had already returned. Purple Sun Palace isn't your Zhenling. Even if 3 heavenly demons attacked, they might not be able to break through our encampment. Furthermore, aren't you afraid that if I return to my encampment and start a massacre, my battle merits will surpass yours? Lu Ping chuckled and said, "Even if you go back now, you might not be able to surpass me. But if you go back now, I believe there will be many people who will surpass you in terms of battle merit." Xie Tianyang was slightly stunned. Previously, during the battle at Zhenling's encampment, although he had frantically snatched battle merits at the end, he had only managed to snatch 42 points after the battle. Compared to Lu Ping's over 100 points, there was still a huge gap. The invasion of Mara's army was still ongoing. The gap between Xie Tianyang and the others was far greater than the gap between him and Lu Ping. If Xie Tianyang still didn't hunt down Mara, his battle merits might be surpassed by even more people. Lu Ping could naturally see that Xie Tianyang was extremely concerned about the accumulation of battle merits this time. He had only stayed here for 6 or 7 days because he was worried about the safety of his good friend's sect. Now, the defensive array of Zhenling's encampment had become increasingly sturdy and stable with the injection of the water vein. In addition, Lin Yu Laozu wouldn't be leaving Zhenling anytime soon. As time passed, his injuries would stabilize, and his strength would also recover. Zhenling wouldn't have to worry about encountering too much danger, so he was confident in persuading Xie Tianyang to return to the sect first. After Xie Tianyang left, everything in Zhenling's encampment was basically on the right track. Now, they only had to wait for the reinforcements from the North Sea to completely restore their previous strength. At this time, because of Lin Yu Laozu and Lu Ping's presence, Liu Tianyuan, Qing Hu, and the others had begun to join forces to encircle the scattered Mara around the encampment. They gradually expanded their hunting range and gradually began to come into contact with the periphery of Mara's army. From time to time, they would also make some kills, and their battle merits also increased a little. Although the pure young blood stasis removal pill was an extremely high-grade pill, with the support of Lu Ping's current alchemy skills, he was completely confident that he could refine it. It was precisely because it took Lu Ping 3 days to refine the first pure young blood stasis removal pill that Lin Yu Laozu's injuries had significantly improved after taking it that Lu Ping was reassured and persuaded Xie Tianyang to leave first. With the support of Lin Yu Laozu and Lu Ping's collection, a total of 5 batches of spiritual herbs were prepared for the pure young blood stasis removal pill. In the end, 9 pills were produced. 3 of them were taken by Lin Yu Laozu, and the remaining 5 were kept by Lu Ping. This kind of pill was not easy to refine. In addition to the strict requirements of alchemy skills, some of the rare herbs needed to refine the pill were also extremely valuable. If Lin Yu Laozu had not found some of them, even Lu Ping's own collection would not have seen many of them. Half a month after the battle at Zhenling's encampment, Lu Ping finally received a message from his sect in advance on this day. Early in the morning, he left the encampment and went dozens of kilometers away. In less than half a day, Lu Ping saw a ball of golden light surging in the sky. As it neared, it slowly split into several rays of light in front and dozens of rays of light behind. Lu Ping was slightly stunned. He did not expect the sect to send so many reinforcements this time. Almost half of the sect's strength had been sent to the Central Plains. Lu Ping hurriedly went forward with a happy expression, but he was still a little surprised. He said, "Uncle Master Xiong, Uncle Master Tianshan, Uncle Master Tianqin, Uncle Master Tian Cheng, Brother Lei, why are all of you here? Senior Brother Tianfeng, you have advanced to the Dharma phase." Because of the deaths of Tianfan Laozu and Tian Tian, the people of Zhenling looked a little solemn. Xiong Lu Laozu only smiled, while Tianqin Laozu snorted coldly. Tian Cheng Laozu, Tianfeng, and Lei Laoliu only nodded in acknowledgement. Uncle Master Tianshan said, "This is not the place to talk. Let's go back to the encampment first." The group of Zhenling, including Lu Ping and the other 7 Dharma adepts, flew back to the encampment in a grandiose manner. Before they reached the encampment, the Zhenling adepts who had rushed to the encampment after hearing the news were all cheering. The gloom that had been brought about by the deaths of the 2 Dharma adepts, Tian Fan and Tian Tian, had finally been swept away. Lu Ping suddenly hovered in midair outside the encampment. Tian Shan Laozu and the others looked at him in confusion. Lu Ping smiled and said, Uncle Master and Senior Brother, please go back to the encampment and rest for a while. I will be there in a while." Only Tianqin and Laozu seemed to sense something, and they seemed to be deep in thought. The others looked at Lu Ping suspiciously and returned to the encampment first. After everyone had entered the encampment, Lu Ping smiled at the empty space beside him and said, "I didn't expect Junior Brother Yin to come as well." There was a ripple in the empty space, and Yin Tianchu, dressed in black, appeared not far from Lu Ping. A look of joy flashed in Lu Ping's eyes and he said, "Junior Brother, you've already passed through your first thunder trial?" Yin Tianchu nodded and said, "My luck is not bad, and it's all thanks to the inheritance of the Ice Dragon Pearl that you gave me. If not for the fact that I'm about to pass through the thunder trial, I might have come to Central Plains earlier. However, I've already heard about Tianfan and Senior Tian Tian, so I'm late." For Yin Tianchu to be able to advance to the mid-Dharma stage in such a short period of time, other than his own talent, it was obvious that he had his own opportunities. In addition, he had the inheritance of the Zhenling Shen Yin stream and the Ice Dragon clan, so it was not surprising that he had been able to advance to the mid-Dharma stage after Lu Ping. Lu Ping nodded and said, "If not for the fact that you've just passed through your first thunder trial and your unstable aura, it would not have been easy for me to discover you, given your secret technique of concealment." Lu Ping paused and said, "Let's go to the encampment first and talk about it later. We need a place to stay after all." Yin Tianchu hesitated for a moment, but he finally nodded. Zhenling's encampment was filled with jubilation because of the arrival of a strong reinforcement. However, when they saw that Lu Ping had brought an unfamiliar practitioner with him, many of the 4th-generation disciples looked curiously at Yin Tianchu, who was by Lu Ping's side. Yin Tianchu had left Zhenling for more than 100 years. Not just the 4th-generation disciples, but even many of the 3rd-generation disciples had already forgotten about Zhenling's Shen Yin stream. As for Yin Tianchu, one of the 3 heroes of Zhenling's 3rd-generation disciples, they had long forgotten about him. They only knew that of Zhenling's 1 immortal and 1 demon, the person who was known as the Demon Sword alongside Lu Tianping was a former disciple of Zhenling. Chapter 1291. In the middle of the meeting hall, all the Dharma adepts of Zhenling's station were gathered. Lei Di did not follow them in. Instead, the moment he arrived at the station, he was dragged by the overjoyed Qin Yu and Qin Gang to look for Lin Yu Laozu. Qing Hu and the other 2 were not in the station, but they were Lu Ping's servants in name. Even if they were in the station, they did not have the right to participate in Zhenling's meetings. In the meeting hall, although Xiong Lu Laozu had the highest seniority, He was an outer elder of Junling and did not usually participate in Junling's decisions. Although he was sitting at the head of the meeting hall, the person in charge was still Tianshan Laozu. However, at this time, although everyone was discussing something in low voices, it was obvious that the meeting had not officially started. Everyone was waiting for Lu Ping to return. However, when Lu Ping stepped into the meeting hall, the people of Junling were stunned to see Yin Tianchu behind Lu Ping. Ji Tianxian jumped up with a shout and said, "Little Lu Ping, you're here too. Haha, I knew it. That's great, that's great. Hey, you've actually advanced to the mid-Dharma stage? Ah, this is too much of a blow. It's not enough for our sect to have the water sword deity, and now there's you." Yin Tianchu's arrival obviously made everyone in Junling happy. However, Ji Tianxuan's impolite and loud shouting still made Tianqin Laozu, who had been looking better because of Yin Tianchu's arrival, with much difficulty. Now, his face darkened and he scolded, "What are you shouting for? Sit down." Ji Tianxian was shocked by the cold expression on Tianqin Laozu's face. He quickly stuck out his tongue at Yin Tianchu and sat down obediently with a smile. Yin Tianchu, who had always been cold, smiled at his good friend, but in the end, he could not bring himself to smile. Lu Ping chuckled and said, "Martial granduncle, martial uncles, senior brothers, senior sisters." Junior brother Tianchu came a step late because of his tribulation, but he still came back in the end. Yin Tianchu silently stepped forward and bowed to the elders of Junling. Then, he stood behind Lu Ping. Laozu of Tianshan smiled happily and said, "Going through the heavenly tribulation is a big thing. Now is the time when we need people. You've come just in time. Let's do it." Lu Ping sat down below Tianfeng, and Yin Tianchu sat down next to Ji Tianxian. Lu Ping took the lead and asked, "Martial uncle, although our sect has come to help, the sect is still our foundation. If we transfer so many Dharma adepts, will North Sea seem empty?" Although Xionglu Laozu had only brought his ears to the meeting hall, at this time, there were 3 second-generation disciples, Tianshan, Tianqin, and Tiancheng. Above Lu Ping, there were also third-generation disciples like Li Tianru and Liu Tianyuan, who had more seniority than Lu Ping. However, at this time, Lu Ping had the right to speak in this meeting hall, and everyone in Junling had always thought that this was a matter of course. But this time, it seemed to be a little different. As soon as Lu Ping finished speaking, Tianqin, who was beside Laozu of Tianshan, suddenly scolded, "Shut up, when did you have the right to speak? Don't you have any manners?" This time, not only was Lu Ping stunned and frowned, but the other practitioners in the meeting hall also fell into a strange silence. Tiancheng Laozu glanced at Tianqin, expressionless, and then returned to his previous calm state. Ever since Tiancheng Laozu's foundation had been severely damaged by Mara in the Battle of Frost Island, although he had recovered, it was difficult for his foundation to recover, and he had almost lost the chance to advance to the mid-Dharma stage. Because of this, Tiancheng Laozu had become more and more taciturn. If Lu Ping had not revealed the news of the Samling 5 Elements leaf to him, which restored a glimmer of hope to Tiancheng Laozu. But after so many years, there had been no news of this item, and this made Tiancheng a lot more discouraged. Tiancheng Laozu's eyes flashed with surprise, but he seemed to know the reason why Tianqin Laozu had suddenly scolded Lu Ping. It was just that Tianqin Laozu was a little surprised that Tianqin Laozu would react at this time. Tiancheng Laozu coughed and said, "All right, let's talk about what has happened in the encampment and the Battle of Joshuan Tower." Li Tianru was naturally displeased that her junior was being scolded, but the other party was an elder after all, and it was Tiancheng Laozu who was asking questions at this time. Li Tianru suppressed the displeasure in her heart and told Tiancheng Laozu about the recent news of the sects surrounding Mara's army breaking out of the encampment. Liu Tianyuan also added some information, but Lu Ping did not say a word. After listening to their reports, Tiancheng Laozu nodded, and then changed the topic to talk about Junling's current situation in the North Sea. This time, the reason why our sect has transferred so many experts into the central mainland cultivation world is, of course, to build up the reputation of our sect, and also to prevent Mara's army from launching another surprise attack on our encampment and causing damage to our encampment. Although Tiancheng Laozu was speaking frankly to all the practitioners in the conference hall, Everyone knew that this was actually Tiancheng Laozu explaining to Lu Ping the question he had previously. This time, although our sect has lost 2 Dharma adepts in the previous battle, as well as Elder Uncle Xiong and Sister Tianqin, 2 mid-Dharma adepts, as well as Disciple Tianfeng who has just entered the Dharma stage, and Brother Lei who is stationed at Huangli Island, in addition to the original practitioners in the encampment, it seems like we have lost more than half of our main force. However, Brother Jiang will be facing his second Thunder trial soon, and Brother Tianfeng has just passed his first Thunder trial. Our sect has gained another mid-Dharma adept. Tianshang and Tianfeng have also successfully condensed their Dharma powers, and with the addition of Brother Tianchang and Brother Tianhua, who have taken a shortcut to condense their Dharma powers through a secret technique but have not told anyone about it, our sect's power has increased instead of decreased. Therefore, we do not have to worry about the situation in the North Sea. With Uncle Master Tianxiang here, everything will be fine. Tianfeng ancestors' words not only dispelled the doubts of the other cultivators in the meeting hall, but also raised the morale of Zhenling sect once again after Tianfeng ancestor passed his first Thunder Tribulation and 3 new Dharma adepts. Tianfeng ancestor's success in overcoming his first Thunder Tribulation and the emergence of 3 new Dharma adepts also raised the morale of Zhenling sect. This time, the meeting did not last for long. After everyone left the meeting hall, Tianshan Laozu called out to Lu Ping alone. Back then, Uncle Tianfan and Uncle Tian Shui were the most caring towards your sister Tianqin, especially your Uncle Tian Shui. Back then, her care for Sister Tianqin had reached the point of spoiling her. This was also one of the external reasons why Sister Tianqin and Sister Tianling eventually fell out. This matter was related to the feud between the previous generations, and Tianshan Laozu obviously did not want to explain it too clearly to Lu Ping. This time, Uncle Tianfan died, and Uncle Tian Shui was seriously injured. Because of Uncle Tianfan's death, Sister Tianqin's emotions were a little out of control. So she's taking her anger out on me? Tianshan Laozu laughed bitterly and said, most likely so. You and Tianyuan were the first to send the news back to the North Sea, and you were also the one who strongly advocated for us to participate in this battle against Mara. This camp was also chosen by you, but then Mara's army just had to come here. Lu Ping felt a little helpless. Although this logic made sense, Lu Ping could hear that it was a little far-fetched, and so he said, but I heard that Uncle Tianqin seems to have become a lot more difficult to get along with in the sect these few years. Tianshan Laozu sighed and said, are you trying to say that her temper has become a lot more violent these few years? Tianshan Laozu did not wait for Lu Ping to reply and continued, ever since she forced herself to go through the first Thunder trial and was seriously injured, she has been like this. Her potential was almost depleted when she went through the first Thunder trial, and she almost lost the possibility of advancing to the late Dharma stage. For someone as proud as her, this is no different from a death sentence in the future. Lu Ping did not understand and asked, was her foundation damaged when she went through the Thunder trial? Tianshan Laozu said, although her foundation was damaged during the Thunder trial, it was not serious. Potential is like a practitioner's talent, and it is also equivalent to a practitioner's foundation from the beginning. Sister Tianqin is an alchemist, and she relied too much on elixirs, especially when she broke away from the sect for decades. Without the support of the sect, she could only rely on elixirs to maintain her own cultivation. Although her level of practice did not fall behind, she still lacked some of her own hard work, and her potential was depleted. Lu Ping thought about it and said, the sect leader still has hope of advancing to the late Dharma stage. Tianshan Laozu could only smile bitterly and say, that's right. Actually, for Brother Tianfeng, Brother Tiancheng, whose foundation was not damaged, and the old man, advancing to the mid-Dharma stage is basically the limit. But Sister Tianqin is different. She was seen as a genius practitioner from the beginning, on par with Brother Jiang, but now she is at the same level as us. The most important thing is that her level of practice is suppressed by Sister Tianling, and with the matter of Tianfan and Tianxue, Laozu, all of these put together, I think you understand. Lu Ping walked out of the meeting hall helplessly, and saw Lei Di, the 6th elder of Lei clan, walking towards him. Lu Ping was a little surprised and asked, why are you here so soon? 6th elder of Lei clan flashed an indifferent expression and said, Whoever wants to rebuild the Luotian sect can do so, but I won't participate. Lu Ping was stunned and said, Brother Lei, if you don't participate, with just Qin Yu and Qin Gang, the rebuilding of the Luotian sect won't be that easy. Sixth elder of Lei clan snorted coldly and said, I want them to suffer a great loss, to let them know that rebuilding a sect is not an easy task. With just them alone, they will definitely be badly hurt. But with a pure young practitioner by their side, I think there won't be any problems with their safety. In short, if they want to help, I can, but I won't join the sect. I'm used to being free all my life, and I can't be restricted by others. At this moment, there was a sudden cheer from the square in front of the station. Lu Ping smiled and did not think there was anything wrong with what sixth elder of Lei clan was doing, so he smiled and said, Let's go to the square and see what's going on. Chapter 1292. In the square in front of the meeting hall, many Zhenling adepts were gathered there, seemingly looking for something. From time to time, they would cheer. Not only were there core forging adepts, but Liu Tianyuan, Green Fox, Tian Feng, Li Tianru, and other Dharma adepts were also there. Lu Ping even saw Ji Tianxian rush in excitedly with Yin Tianchu. Seeing Lu Ping and Lei Laoliu walk over, the cheers of the Zhenling adepts suddenly increased. Through the gaps in the cheering crowd, Lu Ping saw a 7-foot-tall jade tablet in the middle of the square. It was densely engraved with words that seemed to be constantly changing. Lu Ping's eyes lit up. He smiled at Green Fox and the other two in front of the jade tablet. Psychic jade tablet? You guys brought back the battle achievements list? Green Fox smiled. That's right. We went to the Ziyang Palace for a few days and brought back the battle achievements list as well. The psychic jade card was connected to the imaging stone in the hands of every cultivator who had participated in the encirclement against Devil Luo's army. Once a cultivator successfully obtained battle merit points, the psychic jade card would compare the names, sects, battle achievements, and battle merit points of the top 100 cultivators with the most outstanding battle merit points in each phase. It would then be displayed on the psychic jade stele for everyone to take a look at. At the same time, it was also to stimulate competition between cultivators from various sects. This time, the 13 Pure Sons had also announced to the various sects that the top 50 Dharma adepts of each stage would obtain the right to enter the 7th Patriarch's altar. From the early Dharma stage to the late Dharma stage, this meant that in the end, there would be 150 Dharma adepts entering the 7th Patriarch's altar. The core forging adepts were also divided into 3 tiers. 3 secret realms were opened for the core forging adepts. The top 100 adepts of each tier would have the opportunity to enter one of the secret realms. However, these 300 core forging adepts would have to hand over 2/3 of what they obtained in the 3 secret realms after exiting the secret realms. At the same time, there was also competition between the sects. The sum of the battle merit points of the disciples was the sum of the battle merit points obtained by the sects. The top 3 large sects, the top 5 medium sects, and the top 10 small sects could also obtain a large amount of cultivation resources. The source of these cultivation resources was 2/3 of what the 300 core forging realm cultivators had obtained from the 3 secret realms. There was also a portion of the cultivation resources provided by the 9 Profound House, including spiritual herbs, spiritual materials, spiritual items, magic treasures, etc. Although this operation to encircle and annihilate Mara was a joint operation of the entire cultivation world, it was still to help the 9 Profound Pavilion out of their predicament. If the 9 Profound Pavilion couldn't bring out some substantial benefits in return, it wouldn't be enough. The 6 Holy Lands did not participate in the final battle for the sect's battle merit points. Firstly, the 6 Holy Lands might not be interested in these cultivation resources, and the 9 Profound Pavilion would not even have the chance to participate. Secondly, the 6 Holy Lands were confident that at least half of the rankings on the Psychic Jade Tablet would be occupied by the cultivators from the 6 Holy Lands. There was really no need for them to compete with the other sects for these resources. Looking at the Psychic Jade Tablet, Lu Ping naturally wanted to see his ranking among the mid-Dharma adepts. At that moment, he could not help but feel a little uneasy. After all, in the half a month since the battle at Zhenling Station, Lu Ping had been cultivating elixirs in the station and had not participated in any of the battles to encircle and annihilate Mara. Although Lu Ping was quite confident about his results in the battle at Zhenling Station, in the past few days, it was inevitable that someone would surpass him. Green Fox's beautiful eyes darted around as she said, "Aren't you going to take a look at your battle merit ranking?" Lu Ping smiled and said, "I was just about to, but I haven't participated in any battles these past few days. I'm afraid my ranking isn't too high." Lu Ping was quite confident that he would be able to enter the top 50 mid-Dharma adepts on the list, but he was not too sure what his ranking would be. Green Fox giggled and tapped on the psychic jade tablet a few times. A row of information about the 50 mid-Dharma adepts appeared on the surface of the tablet. Following closely behind Lu Ping, the Zhenling adepts cheered loudly. Even Lu Ping was momentarily stunned, because he saw that the person at the top of the list was Lu Tianping. Lu Tianping, North Sea Zhenling Sect, battle merit points, killed 7 Blood Shura, 2 Blood Demons, 3 Jade Shura, 2 Jade Demons, 1 Azura. Battle merit points, 111. Ranked first? Lu Ping asked curiously, his still ranked first. From what he could see, after so many days, the battle between the Mara army from the Xiang Palace, the Skyward Pavilion, and the Tianxian sect was still ongoing. These 3 sects were either holy lands or large sects with strong backing. Logically speaking, there should have been people who had surpassed him long ago. Green Fox said softly, "Do you think everyone is like you, able to kill even Asuras? Those Blood Mara are one thing, but which Jade Mara isn't surrounded by a large number of Blood Mara, as well as hundreds of big and small Mara? Without 3 to 5 people working together, it would be impossible to kill a Jade Mara that has the advantage in numbers." Lu Ping wanted to say something more, but Green Fox continued to explain, "We were extremely lucky in that battle. Mara's army was originally only 3,000 strong, and they came in 2 waves. When they were attacked earlier, they used a strange technique to kill 500 to 600 of them. After that, when we attacked the encampment, we attacked together and killed 500 to 600 of them. In addition, although they were all big and small Mara's army had not even entered the final battle, but they had lost almost half of their own forces. That was why we had the chance to fight Jade Mara and Blood Mara directly. Even so, there were still a large number of big and small Mara, as well as Blood Mara, guarding them from the side. Otherwise, Xie Tianyang and the others would not have been unable to take down even 1 Jade Mara. However, after our battle, the Mara on the other battlefields seemed to have learned their lesson. When Mara's army attacked the encampment of the various sects, they rarely split up their forces. Furthermore, the Blood Mara and Jade Mara's minions no longer dared to split up and protect them tightly. If not for that, it would not have been easy to achieve the same results as our sect the other day." Lu Ping nodded. That day, Zhenling's results were mostly at the end of the battle. After the Mara's army was defeated, Zhenling's subordinates and the other sect's practitioners took the opportunity to kill them. Unless something like that happened again, it would not be easy to kill a high-level Mara on a large scale. Looking from top to bottom, the second place belonged to a cultivator from Purple Sun Palace. However, it was not Xie Tianyang, but the second of the 6 heirs of Purple Sun Palace, Little Shongsword Fan Mingjie. He had 92 points and was not too far away from Lu Ping. In third place was the direct disciple of the Soaring Sky Pavilion, the Southern Pavilion Master, Nangong Xiaojian. He was right behind Fan Mingjie with 89 points. Surprisingly, in fourth place was not a cultivator from a sacred land, but a cultivator from South Sea Talisman Pavilion. His name was Yu Ziqing, and he had 85 points. When South Sea Talisman Pavilion first set up camp, they were also attacked by Mara's army. Although this Mara's army was far stronger than what Zhenling faced, Talisman Pavilion was still a large sect. Later on, the only pure young practitioner in South Sea, Yu Xiong Laozu, came to their rescue. That was how they managed to stop the advance of Mara's army. However, after the battle, Talisman Pavilion also suffered heavy losses. Although they had grand adepts and pure young practitioners, the number of Dharma adepts they had was not much stronger than Zhenling's. Although they had the help of a few small and medium-sized sects in South Sea, Mara's army was also much stronger than Junling's army. Hence, their losses were even greater than Junling's. It was said that Yu Ziqing was not the third-generation heir of Talisman Pavilion, but a second-generation practitioner. It was said that he was only a step away from advancing to the late Dharma stage. When he heard that there was a chance to enter the 7th Patriarch's altar, he gave up on his training in South Sea and went to Middle-earth to participate in the battle against Mara. However, although his points were high, it was also because he had killed 2 Jade Shuras and 1 Jade Demon, as well as several Blood Mara, when Mara's army was defeated. Hence, he had pushed his points to where he was now. In 5th place was another familiar face of Lu Ping. It was Yuan Feixiang of the Yuan family. It was said that he had been helping the Tianxian sect fend off Mara's attacks on the sea. Lu Ping did not expect him to come to 9 Shen Tower this time. His points had also reached 83 points. Although the Yuan family had also been attacked by Mara's army, the Yuan family's unique thunder magic was more effective against Mara's army than any other magic of the same level. For Yuan Feixiang to be able to reach such a level, it was clear that he was also an extraordinary being among the third-generation practitioners. In 6th place was the Tianxian sect's first descendant of the third generation, Cao Jianping. She was a female practitioner, and she also had 83 points. However, she had killed 1 less Jade Demon than Yuan Feixiang, which was why she was in 6th place. In 7th place was none other than Xie Tianyang. Before he left Junling's base, his points had already reached more than 40. Although he had stayed in Junling for 6 or 7 days before leaving, when he returned to the Purple Sun Palace, he began to crazily fight for points. However, Mara's army, which was facing the Purple Sun Palace, did not show any signs of collapse. They advanced and retreated in an orderly manner, and although Xie Tianyang did his best, he only managed to push his points to 78. Ranked 8th was Water Crystal Palace's Qin Wuliang. It wasn't that Qin Wuliang couldn't compare to the few people in front of him. It was just that it was easier for the few people in front of him to obtain points in a direct battle with Mo Luo. The battle with Mo Luo was a long one. In just over half a month's time, the victor on the battle merit rankings would not be decided. In 9th place was the Skyward Pavilion's West Pavilion Master, Sima Chongfeng, who was also Lu Ping's acquaintance. In 10th place was the person who had fought with Lu Ping before. It was the 9 Profound Towers' first descendant, Pavilion Master of First Origin, Wei Yizhan. This person had escaped from the 9 Profound Tower together with 8th Sister Zhu, who had been besieged by Mara. Now that 8th Sister Zhu had been severely injured by many Asuras in order to kill the Sky Demon, only Wei Yizhan was left to bring glory to the 9 Profound Tower. Chapter 1293. On the list of mid-Dharma adepts, 6 of the top 10 were from the Holy Lands, and this was because many of the disciples from the Holy Lands had yet to show their prowess. There were also 3 who were from large sects or clans. Only Lu Ping was at the top of the list, and he was from a medium-sized sect from the North Sea. Lu Ping looked further down the list. Su Jin was ranked 11th. The Ziyang Palace was known as the best sword sect in the world, and although the attacks of swordsmen were not as deadly as the lightning magic of the Yuan clan against Mara, they were still not to be underestimated. Further down the list, Xiahou Wushang was ranked 18th, while Chan Yu and Chan Xiong were ranked 23rd and 26th respectively. The further down the list, the smaller the difference in points between the practitioners, and the rankings would change from time to time. At this moment, Qinghu was ranked 44th with 36 points. With Qinghu's abilities, it would not be easy for her to secure a spot in the top 50 among the various sects' heirs and veteran mid-Dharma adepts. However, Qinghu had the help of Qinghu Tiger and Qinghu Wolf. The 2 brothers knew that with their own abilities, they would not be able to make it into the top 50 among the early Dharma adepts. Hence, the 2 brothers decided to focus on helping Qinghu Tiger earn battle credits, leaving the final blow to Qinghu Tiger, which was why Qinghu Tiger was able to make it into the top 50. Lu Ping remembered that Tianshan Grand Ancestor had also killed a Jade Shura and a few Blood Demon Luos in the previous battle, so he had around 20 points. He wasn't too far from the top of the list. Lu Ping remembered that Tianshan Grand Ancestor had also killed a Jade Shura and a few blood demon Luos. However, Lu Ping also knew that many of the practitioners who were not on the list had about the same number of points. Although Lao Zu of Tianshan had more than 20 points, there were still many practitioners who had about the same number of points as him. While Lu Ping was looking at the list, there were already 2 changes to the list. The first was that the last person on the list had suddenly changed, and his points had risen by 1 place. The second was that the practitioner in the 39th place had suddenly disappeared from the list. From the 40th place, everyone had moved up 1 place, and the practitioner who had been removed from the list was once again in the 50th place, with his points still at 31. Hey, what's going on? Clearly, more than one person had noticed this. Qing Hu shrugged and said, "What else? The 39th person is dead." Everyone fell silent, especially the many core forging adepts of Zhenling. To them, the death of a mid-Dharma adept was a big deal. However, in a battle that involved the entire world of human practitioners, the death of a mid-Dharma adept was like a bubble in the North Sea. It was not a big deal at all. In fact, Zhenling had already experienced something like this before. It was just that aside from people like Lu Ping, who had participated in many large-scale battles and was used to the deaths of high-level practitioners, most of the disciples of Zhenling were not used to this kind of situation. Most of the names on the list of late Dharma adepts were from the Holy Lands, and everyone's name was well known in the world of practitioners. However, to the people of Zhenling, these names were a little confusing. No matter what, the world of practitioners in the North Sea was still very isolated compared to the outside world. However, the names on the list of early Dharma adepts shocked everyone in Zhenling. In the 8th place, Liu Tianyuan had killed a Jade Shura, 3 blood Shuras, a blood demon, and more than 10 big Mara, who were equivalent to late core forging cultivators. He had a total of 78 battle credits and was ranked there. It was a pity that besides Liu Tianyuan, none of the other early Dharma adepts in Zhenling had made it onto the list. Tian Tian, who had originally been the most hopeful, had died. Li Tianru and Ji Tianxian had been in charge of the 3 talents and 5 elements formation. Samling and Lu Qina had some battle credits, but the list clearly did not target demon practitioners. Even though Samling and Lu Qina were Lu Ping's followers, they would still not be recognized by the practitioners of the various sects. Compared to the list of mid-Dharma adepts, the list of early Dharma adepts changed even more. In the short time that everyone was looking at the list, the bottom of the list had already changed 3 times. There was also a person in the middle of the list who had suddenly disappeared. It was obvious that he had also died. Other than these 3 lists that received the most attention, there were also 3 lists of core forging adepts. After a rough look, because Zhenling did not bring any early core forging adepts to the central mainland this time, there were adepts in the late and mid-core forging adepts on the list. However, their ranks were obviously not very high, and there were not many of them. However, there were obviously fewer adepts from the Holy Lands on the list. This was normal, because the lower the level of cultivation, the smaller the difference in strength. Moreover, there were too many core forging adepts, so it was normal for adepts from other sects to occupy the list. Lu Ping saw Wang Xuanqi's name on the list of mid-core forging adepts. He was ranked 35th. Although the battle with the core forging adepts had been fought with the help of the Dao Soldier formation, so the number of Mara and the chances of each adept killing Mara was relatively equal, and they had also focused on defense, Wang Xuanqi had still used his sharp sword skills to assassinate several large Mara, which was equivalent to a late core forging adept. If it was not for the fact that Zhenling had been recuperating and did not participate in the battle, Wang Xuanqi's ranking would have been even higher. Finally, he flipped to the ranking of the sect's total battle points. Among the large sects, the Heavenly Mystery Sect, the Yuan clan, and the Talisman Pavilion were ranked in the top 3, far ahead of them. The few sects after them were also familiar with each other, but their total battle points were slightly lower than the top 3 sects. This was to be expected. After all, these 3 sects had faced the attack of Mara's army head-on. In the ranking of the medium-sized sects, Zhenling's unsurprising first place made the cultivators in the encampment cheer again. The second place was a family that had crossed paths with Lu Ping before, the Lu family, known as the #1 alchemist family in Middle-earth. However, compared to Zhenling, the difference in battle points was slightly larger. The third place was the South Sea's Yulin sect. This sect was known as the fifth large sect in the South Sea, and it had long possessed the strength comparable to the large sects. However, for some unknown reason, it had never built a treasure ship or opened a super long-distance teleportation array in Middle-earth. Therefore, it had never been recognized as a large sect by the Holy Lands and large sects. However, the Yulin sect's heritage was still there, and it firmly occupied the third place in the sect ranking. Although the battle merits ranking was exciting to watch, this ranking was ultimately only temporary. Whether it was Lu Ping or Zhenling, if they wanted to gain the most out of this battle against Mara, they would still have to persevere for a long period of time, and they might even have to pay a heavy price. What Zhenling needed to do now was to think of a way to minimize his losses and at the same time, get a good ranking on the battle merits ranking. However, what Lu Ping did not know was that when the psychic jade tablet that recorded the battle merits ranking was placed in the encampment of the various sects, Lu Qianping's ranking among the mid-Dharma adepts attracted the attention of countless people. It could even be described as sensational. This was especially so for the mid-Dharma adepts from the Holy Lands and famous sects. When the battle merits ranking was first released, they did not feel it, but after participating in the battle against Mara for half a month, Lu Qianping's battle merits ranking had not changed at all, but it was still as high as ever. This meant that Lu Qianping did not fight again after the battle at the encampment, but the question was, how was he able to obtain so many battle merits in such a short period of time? Could it be cheating? The more time passed, the more the discussions about Lu Qianping seemed to become more and more unkind. They knew that the news from the Xiang Palace, the Qianxian sect, and the Qianyu sect was that Lu Qianping had single-handedly killed and injured Azura. All sorts of doubting comments began to weaken, and soon after, the news that Lu Qianping had mastered the heaven-opening sword technique also began to spread. Furthermore, the adepts who had witnessed Lu Qianping obtaining battle merits were not only from the Zhenling sect, and more people's testimonies finally put an end to these rumors. The first of the third generation of adepts in the cultivation world, this title was indeed well-deserved. Lu Ping pointed at the battle merits ranking and asked sixth brother Lei, who was beside him, "Brother Lei, what are your plans?" Sixth brother Lei smiled and said, "Compared to entering the seventh patriarch's Taoist altar, I would rather compete with those guys on the ranking." Lu Ping laughed loudly and said, "That's right, but I hope brother Lei can lend our sect a hand." Sixth brother Lei smiled and said, "Of course, I can't use the Luotian sect's name, right? Moreover, Qin Yu and Qin Gang, those two rascals, also used your sect's name." Lu Ping said, "If that's the case, thank you very much." After saying goodbye to sixth brother Lei, Lu Ping went to Lin Yu Laozu's resting place. Seeing that Lin Yu Laozu's aura had become more and more mellow, Lu Ping asked with a smile, "How do you feel now, senior?" Lin Yu Laozu smiled and said, "The pure young blood stasis removal pill really lives up to its name. The old man's injuries are still mostly healed, and he only needs to rest for 1.5 years to fully recover." Naturally, Lu Ping came here to ask Lin Yu Laozu about the latest news about the encirclement against Mara. Lu Ping knew that Lin Yu Laozu had a secret method to communicate with the other 12 pure young practitioners, and Lin Yu Laozu had never hidden this secret. On the contrary, he would usually send Lu Ping the latest battle reports about the encirclement against Mara. However, this time, Lin Yu Laozu did not talk about the latest battle situation. Instead, he asked, "This time, all the sects have gathered in the Nine Mysteries Tower. What do you think about the battle Mara's army is about to break out of the encirclement?" Lu Ping thought for a while and said, "This is more like a surprise attack by Mara, taking advantage of the fact that the sects have yet to stabilize their footing to catch them off guard. This is somewhat different from the previous records of Mara's bloodthirsty and mindless state. However, even if he has some intelligence, it is still very limited." Chapter 1294. The so-called Battle of Mara's army breaking out of the encirclement was just what the human cultivators had thought of Mara's army at the beginning. In their eyes, The human cultivators had already surrounded Mara's army in another layer of encirclement, so Mara's army would definitely be afraid and break out of the encirclement. But in reality, who knew that Mara's army would definitely be afraid? Mara's army had suddenly split up to attack when the cultivators from the various sects had not stabilized their footing. The Mara's army had different strengths and different charging forces, but they were definitely not trying to break out of the encirclement. This was because, according to the information brought back by the various sects' cultivators, Mara's army was still besieging the 9 profound tower, and there were no signs of their main forces moving at all. This meant that Mara's army was well aware of the human cultivators' encirclement, but they clearly did not take it to heart. On the contrary, they fought with the cultivators from the various sects as if they were demonstrating their strength. Lu Ping came out from Lin Yu and Lao Zu's place. Clearly, the two of them were very confused by Mara's army's actions this time. However, there was one thing they had in common, and that was that the Mara's army they were facing this time seemed to be extremely strange. They seemed to be much more intelligent than what was recorded in the records of Mara's calamity in the past. It was not just the individual high-level Maras, but the entire Mara's army seemed to have gained a lot of intelligence and judgment. At the very least, when the high-level Maras faced the threat of death, they were no longer as fearless as before. On the contrary, they knew how to escape. Senior brother Lu. A clear shout interrupted Lu Ping's thoughts. When Lu Ping turned to look in the direction of the voice, he was slightly taken aback. Junior sister Li? The person in front of him was Li Xiuzhu, Tianqin Laozu's last disciple from the East Sea's 3 islands. However, he should now be called Xianzhu. Li Xianzhu was now at the 8th stage of the core forging realm. This speed was not very fast, but it was definitely not slow either. Tianqin Laozu's faction had 4 outstanding disciples. The eldest disciple was Shenhui, who was Tian Tian's Dao companion. The second disciple was Zhu Shenmeng, and the 2 youngest disciples were Chu Shenting and Li Xianzhu. Li Xianzhu seemed very excited to see Lu Ping. She was not qualified to enter the meeting hall to attend the meeting, so she did not know that Tianqin Laozu had innocently berated Lu Ping in the meeting hall. She smiled. Senior Lu Ping, Master asked me to invite you. Lu Ping was startled, but he immediately recovered. He smiled and said, okay. It must be said that the relationship between Tianqin Laozu and Lu Ping was originally very good. Although Tianqin Laozu and Lu Ping's master, the Heavenly Spirit sect, did not get along, this did not affect the relationship between Lu Ping and Tianqin Laozu. Even when Tianqin Laozu returned to the sect, Lu Ping had played a great role. From Lu Ping's point of view, although this junior martial aunt held a deep grudge against his teacher, her sense of belonging to Zhenling sect was unquestionable. This was evident from the fact that she had been away from Zhenling sect for decades, and had even become one of the elders in the boudoir. But when the boudoir established a large-scale sect and invited her to take charge of the Hall of Alchemy, she resolutely refused the invitation. In Lu Ping's view, although Tianqin Laozu was arrogant, she was intelligent, knew the big picture, and had a sense of propriety. Although she was not on good terms with the sect master, and did not mind deliberately making things difficult for Zhonghua's faction when it was harmless, she had never mixed in personal grievances when dealing with the sect's affairs. However, this time, she had publicly reprimanded him in the meeting hall. Although there was an explanation from Tianqin Laozu afterwards, Lu Ping did not think that it was only because of her personal reasons and the matter of Tian Fan and Tian Shui Laozu that she had vented her anger on him. In his view, Tianqin Laozu's self-control would not be so bad. In other words, even if Tianqin Laozu had a personal grievance, there should be a bigger reason. Although Li Xianzhu was a woman, she had a cheerful personality and was far less meticulous than other women. She did not notice the change in Lu Ping's expression. She only cared about exchanging pleasantries with Lu Ping all the way to Tianqin Laozu's cultivation hall. A female cultivator walked out of Tianqin Laozu's cultivation hall. Seeing Lu Ping coming over, she smiled and said, "Greetings, Senior Brother Lu." This woman was none other than Chu Shenting, the disciple who had been carefully cultivated by Tianqin Laozu and inherited his alchemy skills. Lu Ping smiled and said, "So it's junior sister Chu. Long time no see." This time, junior sister was sent by the sect to take charge of the alchemy in the encampment. Chu Xianting was now also a senior alchemy master in Zhenling. At this time, she came to the central region with Tianqin Laozu, obviously to temporarily take charge of the alchemy in the encampment. After all, in the process of war, the demand for elixirs by cultivators increased, especially those used for healing and recovery, which were in short supply. Chu Xianting smiled and said, "Isn't there no other way? Do you think I can let senior brother Lu take charge of the alchemy in the encampment?" Lu Ping quickly waved his hand and said, "Me? Forget it." Although Lu Ping was an alchemy master, if he was really willing to take charge of the alchemy in the encampment, naturally no one else would have a share, but Lu Ping was not willing to put his energy into this. However, when he was refining the pure young blood stasis pill for Lin Yu Laozu, he still took time to refine a batch of other elixirs as a backup. At this time, there was no shortage of high-grade elixirs in Zhenling's encampment. Chu Xianting naturally knew that Lu Ping would not take over these things, and what she said before was just a joke. After that, she turned sideways and said, "Teacher is waiting for you inside." Lu Ping nodded and walked into the consultation room. At this time, Tianqin Laozu was standing by the window of the consultation room and looking out of the window, but her eyes were blurred, and it was obvious that she was distracted. She did not even notice that Lu Ping had come in. Tianqin Laozu was known as the first beauty of Zhenling in the past. Now that hundreds of years had passed, she was still radiant, and there was a mature and charming temperament all over her body. Lu Ping bowed slightly and said, "Martial uncle, are you looking for me?" Tianqin Laozu's body was slightly startled, but she did not turn around, nor did she speak. For a moment, the atmosphere in the consultation room seemed a little heavy. This time, Martial uncle is sorry. After a long time, Tianqin Laozu finally said. Lu Ping was stunned. He did not expect Tianqin Laozu to apologize to him personally, so he quickly said, "What are you talking about, Martial uncle? Isn't it natural for Martial uncle to teach a disciple a lesson?" Tianqin Laozu sneered and said, "Are you still an ordinary disciple? With your current strength, I'm afraid that even Martial uncle Tian Xiong might not be able to defeat you. You are the #1 expert in our sect. From the top to the bottom, who doesn't respect and fear you? Now, I have to be the villain." Lu Ping was taken aback. He didn't know why Tianqin would say such a thing. Then, he heard her say, "Of course, your martial uncle wasn't completely selfless back then. I was just venting my anger on you." Lu Ping was stunned. He did not expect that there would really be a personal grudge mixed in. For a moment, he forgot that Tianqin Laozu had said that he was intentionally being the villain. He said, "Martial uncle, is it because of Tianfan and Tian Shui, the two martial uncles matter?" This time, it was Tianqin Laozu's turn to be stunned. Hearing Lu Ping mention Tianfan and Tian Shui Laozu, Tianqin Laozu sighed and said, "It was Senior Tianshan who told you. Did he also say that it was because of the grudge between me and your teacher?" Lu Ping nodded and said, "He mentioned a little, but martial uncle Tianshan did not say much." Tianqin Laozu laughed bitterly and said, "Senior Tianshan is too considerate. He is a good person. Although his wisdom and shrewdness are not weak, he still lacks a resolute and decisive character. From this point, it can be said that the position of sect master is indeed your teacher. The rise of Zhenling's sect requires a sect master like Senior Tianling." This was the first time Lu Ping heard Tianqin Laozu's affirmation of his teacher. Although it was not the first time Lu Ping heard such words, when it came from Tianqin Laozu's mouth, Lu Ping still found it hard to believe. Seeing the strange expression on Lu Ping's face, Tianqin Laozu was not angry. Instead, she continued, "Let's not talk about the grudge between me and Liu Tianling. This time, I made you lose face. Let me ask you, do you know why our sect, Taishan Laozu, was not able to become a large sect 6,000 years ago?" Lu Ping was slightly stunned. He knew a little about the true spirit cultivators who spent a large amount of cultivation resources to advance to the true spirit realm, eventually leading to the collapse of the sect. Initially, he thought old ancestor Tai Ginseng must have done the same. In order to advance to the true spirit realm, he spent too much of Zhenling sect's resources. Hence, after old ancestor Tai Ginseng went missing, Zhenling's sect, which was on the verge of becoming stronger, immediately fell into decline. In fact, it was almost wiped out by Fei Ling's sect. However, hearing Tianqin Laozu's words today, it seemed that there was a hidden story, and it might even involve the current Lu Ping. This made Lu Ping a little curious. Back then, Zhenling was actually called a one-man sect of Taishan Laozu. Tianqin Laozu finally turned around. She was still as radiant as before, but Lu Ping saw a deep exhaustion in her expression, and even a trace of grief. Perhaps something really happened, Lu Ping thought. Tianqin continued, Taishan Laozu was too amazing, and the entire Zhenling was overshadowed by his light. Everyone thought that Taishan Laozu would lead our sect to glory. In fact, our sect's light was indeed able to overshadow the Fei Ling sect's overlord, Fei Ling sect. However, everyone overlooked that the light of Fei Ling sect was only Taishan Laozu's light. Everyone thought that Taishan Laozu was the savior of Zhenling, and everyone was looking forward to Taishan Laozu's new contributions to our sect. Everyone even thought that everything that Taishan Laozu did was right, and that they could enjoy all the glory that Taishan Laozu brought to them. Taishan Laozu's light became Zhenling's light, and Taishan Laozu's strength also became Zhenling's strength. When Taishan Laozu advanced to true spirit, all the cultivators of Zhenling thought that our sect would welcome new glory, but Taishan Laozu suddenly disappear. Tianqin Laozu's lips curled into a mocking smile, and she said, "Can you imagine the scene of our sect at that time? Panic, cowardice, unable to withstand a single blow." Tianqin Laozu's gaze was fixed on Lu Ping, and she said, "The current you is extremely similar to Taishan Laozu from back then. Although this cannot be blamed on you, if a sect places its hopes on a single person, then that sect may not be able to go far." Chapter 1295. Lyra Laozu's words made Lu Ping feel very uncomfortable, but he had to admit that Lyra Laozu's words were not without reason. Lu Ping's light in Zhenling was too bright, even to the point where people could only look up to him, making those who chased after him feel despair. Even in the eyes of the fourth and fifth generation of Zhenling, Lu Ping had become a legendary existence, an existence that no one could touch. Lu Ping said, "Then what should we do? Should we let the sect try to suppress me for a period of time?" Lyra Laozu sneered and said, "Suppress you? Who dares? Who would be willing to?" Lu Ping also felt that he had said a bad idea. Right now, he was not someone that Zhenling could suppress. Scratching his head, Lu Ping said, "Then what should we do?" Lyra Laozu said, "What else can we do? At most, we will reprimand you a few words, making people feel that you are still a person, a living disciple of Zhenling, and not a legend, an unfathomable existence. Zhenling does not want to stand out alone, but to let 100 flowers bloom. In this battle to annihilate Mo Luo, you still have to try your best to stay on the battle merit list, and even stay on the top of the list. But our sect still needs other people to appear on the battle merit list, not just you. At the same time, Zhenling's sect also has to fight for a better position on the overall battle merit list of medium-sized sects. In other words, in the upcoming battle, the main strength of the sect will be concentrated on other people, and I am afraid that you will have to rely on yourself more often." Lu Ping finally understood what Lyra Laozu meant, and at the same time, it was also what the sect meant. The rise of Zhenling needed more people to stand up, not just one Lu Tianping. In fact, this was actually a kind of protection for Lu Ping to some extent. At least when other people of Zhenling stood up, Lu Ping would share a lot of the pressure. However, Lu Ping did not care about this. Without the help of the sect, it may be difficult for Lu Ping to maintain the first place on the list, but it was not difficult for Lu Ping to stay in the top 50. Lu Ping was still very confident in his own strength. However, Lu Ping still felt that Lyra Laozu seemed to be hiding something. At the very least, when she scolded Lu Ping in the meeting hall that day, there was a strong resentment. Martial Uncle said before that you also have resentment in your heart, but Disciple seems to feel that Martial Uncle does not agree with Martial Uncle Tianshan's explanation. I wonder if Martial Uncle's resentment in your heart is related to Teacher. Lyra Laozu suddenly looked up at Lu Ping, but saw that Lu Ping was calmly looking at her. Lyra Laozu hesitated for a moment, then said, "How much do you know about the resentment between me and Liu Tianling?" Lu Ping hesitated for a moment, then said, "Disciple also heard a lot." Heard a lot. Lyra Laozu smiled coldly, then said with great melancholy, "I am not as good as your teacher." This time, it was Lu Ping's turn to be shocked. His understanding of this martial uncle had always been that she was proud and strong, especially towards teacher Liu Tianling. It could be said that she would compete with Liu Tianling in everything, but he did not expect that one day she would say that she was not as good as teacher Liu Tianling. Seeing Lu Ping's shock, Lyra Laozu laughed. "What, you don't believe what martial uncle said?" This made Lu Ping not know how to answer for a moment, so he could only say, "It's not that disciple doesn't believe martial uncle's words, but I don't believe that these words came from martial uncle's mouth." "Heh!" Lyra Laozu laughed bitterly. "Sure enough, even you think that I am not as good as Liu Tianling." Lu Ping blinked his eyes. This time, he learned his lesson and kept quiet. "Forget it, there are some things that you will know in the future, there is no need to hide it." Lyra Laozu looked at Lu Ping and said, "Your teacher has a daughter, you know, right?" This question really made it hard for Lu Ping to answer, but in the end, he still said, "Are you talking about junior sister Xian Xian or fifth senior sister?" Lyra Laozu was stunned, glanced at him, and said, "The dead doesn't count." "Then it is junior sister Xian Xian, disciple naturally knows." Lyra Laozu closed his eyes, and his tone suddenly became low. "How many times have you seen her in the North Sea?" Lu Ping thought for a moment, then said, "I really haven't seen her many times. Disciple has asked teacher during those years in the North Sea, but teacher said that junior sister has always been in seclusion in martial uncle Jiang's Xiaoyao palace." Lyra Laozu laughed coldly, and said, "This seclusion began when I returned to Zhenling, right?" Lu Ping didn't know what Lyra Laozu wanted to say, but thinking about it, it didn't seem to be much different, so he nodded. Lyra Laozu's expression finally revealed a trace of a strange expression. It seemed to be resentment, exhaustion, joy, and reluctance. He heard her say faintly, "Xian Xian is my daughter." Her. This was really like a thunderclap, and Lu Ping was stunned. With a strange expression on his face, he stammered, "Martial uncle, this joke is a bit too big." Lyra Laozu smiled bitterly, and said, "I know my daughter, she is my and Jiang Tianlin's child." Lu Ping didn't know how he walked out of Lyra Laozu's consultation hall. Along the way, he just kept thinking about Lyra Laozu's words. After telling this secret to Lu Ping, Lyra Laozu could no longer maintain her previous calm. Her expression was emotional, and her words became disjointed, but Lu Ping still heard a lot of grievances between the three of them. "Back then, all the elders in the sect valued me, and said that my talent was second only to martial brother Jiang Tianlin. But no matter how hard I tried, Liu Tianling could always suppress me. Of course I wasn't convinced, and I wanted to fight with her. I wanted to fight with her for everything. Back then, all the cultivators in Zhenling thought that Jiang Tianlin and I were a golden boy and jade girl, a match made in heaven, but Jiang Tianlin just had a soft spot for Liu Tianling. Why? I just couldn't accept it. Why couldn't I compete with her for everything? No one was optimistic about their marriage. Everyone was trying to persuade them, and even the elders in the sect began to secretly hint at them, but they still went together under the pressure. After becoming Dao companions, their cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, and the voices of opposition in the sect became fewer and fewer. I just couldn't accept it. Why did I lose to Liu Tianling in everything since I was young, and now even the man I like has to lose to her? Break them up, by any means necessary. Back then, when I did this wrong, I originally thought that I could make Jiang Tianlin change, but I didn't expect him to not hide anything from Liu Tianling, and tell her everything. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? But in the end, the two of them still fell out, but why didn't senior brother Tianlin return to my side? In the end, I couldn't hide it anymore. Everyone was blaming me, and even martial uncle Tianfan and martial uncle Tian Shui called me over and scolded me. I was pregnant with a child, and I didn't dare tell anyone, but I didn't get senior brother Tianlin's heart, so what was the point of having his child? I threw the child into the water, hoping that she would return to the sea with the flowing water. Her coming to this world was a mistake. I didn't have the face to stay in the sect, and even though many senior brothers and senior sisters tried to persuade me, I still decided to leave. But I didn't expect that my child was still alive, and the person who saved her was actually Liu Tianling. How could it be her again? She hid it from everyone, saying that this was her second child with Jiang Tianlin, and after I returned to Junling, she purposely sent her to Xiao Yarrow Palace to cultivate in seclusion, so that I wouldn't be able to see this child. But in the end, I still saw her. Just before I was ready to summon the lightning tribulation, at the foot of the mountain, she, who had just broken through to the late stage of core forging, was celebrating with a few senior sisters. Even though she looked more like her father, the moment I saw her, I knew that she was my flesh and blood. I've never been convinced by Liu Tianling my entire life, but the moment I saw my daughter, I realized that I was at a disadvantage from the very beginning. I wanted to compete with her in everything, but she never put these things in her eyes. Was it because she didn't care? Was she just pretending, or was it something else? Should I be grateful to her, or should I hate her for being so shrewd and scheming? Although Lu Ping wanted to leave immediately after hearing Tianqin Laozu's words, he knew that Tianqin Laozu was standing at a crossroads. Either she became more paranoid about this matter, or she completely understood the grievances between the two sides. Lu Ping naturally hoped that the two sides could resolve this grievance, but he didn't dare to intervene at this time. He was Liu Tianling's disciple. If he tried to persuade her, not only would it be useless, it might even backfire. He could only remain silent and hope that Tianqin Laozu could cross this hurdle in her heart, which was also the best way for Junling's future. At this time, Lu Ping came to a realization. With Tianqin Laozu's intelligence, how could she summon the first lightning tribulation when she wasn't fully prepared, and with Tianqin Laozu's potential, she shouldn't have been so embarrassed by the first lightning tribulation. In fact, Tianqin Laozu's preparation was very sufficient. With her strength, it wasn't too difficult for her to pass the first lightning tribulation. The only thing that could affect her, or even make her calm, was the daughter she gave birth to. Lu Ping was stunned. It seemed that he finally believed that Xian was Tianqin Laozu's flesh and blood. Lu Ping returned to his training room in a daze, but suddenly saw Yin Tianchu in a shadow outside the training room. Senior brother Lu, I was 70% sure that I could assassinate you just now. Chapter 1296. Lu Ping was taken aback for a moment, but then he smiled and said, "Indeed, there were too many unexpected things just now, and I was distracted. Fortunately, we were in the encampment. If we were in the wild, we might have been ambushed successfully." Lu Ping invited Yin Tianchu into the training room and said, "Junior, why are you looking for me?" Yin Tianchu said, "If we work together, how confident are we of killing an Azura?" Lu Ping did not expect Yin Tianchu to ask such a question. After a moment of silence, he said, "Junior, I have not seen you in action since you entered the mid-Dharma stage. However, if you were to face an Azura at full strength, if you go all out, I think you should have at least a 50% chance of success." Yin Tianchu nodded and said, "Then I would like to try out the war credits list. I want to see how big the gap is between us and the other sects of the cultivation world." Lu Ping was overjoyed and said, "How about you and I work together?" "That's exactly what I was thinking." On the second day after Junling's reinforcements arrived, the Junling practitioners were mobilized. The Dharma adepts of the third-generation disciples were all out. At the same time, there were also Tiancheng Laozu, Qin Yu, Qin Gang, Lei Laoliu, Lu Qina, Lu Hai, and others. Among them were Li Tianru and Ji Tianxian, led by Liu Tianyuan, Lu Qina and Lu Hai, led by Tianfeng, Laozu, led by Tiancheng Laozu, Qin Yu and Qin Gang, led by Lei Laoliu, Qing Hu and Qing Lang, led by Qing Hu. They were divided into 5 groups, and each group did their best to assist the leader in killing Mara and snatching the war credits. As for Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu, they had left the encampment at some point. No one knew where they had gone. Of course, Lin Yu Laozu might know, but he would not spread the news. Originally, Junling had wanted to help Laozu of Tianshan ascend to the mid-Dharma stage. Junling's original plan was to have Tiancheng Laozu and Laozu support Laozu to ascend to the battle credits list. However, After Lu Ping told Tiancheng Laozu a piece of news yesterday, Tianshan and Tianqin Laozu immediately changed their minds and wanted to support Laozu to ascend to the early Dharma stage. The news that Lu Ping told Tiancheng Laozu was simple. The Samling 5 Elements leaf was about to grow its 7th leaf in Lu Ping's hands. Once it was successful, Tiancheng Laozu's core, which had already been severely damaged, would be able to recover, and Tiancheng Laozu himself would once again have the hope of advancing to the mid-Dharma stage. It was because of this news that Tiancheng Laozu thought that instead of supporting himself to ascend to the mid-Dharma stage, it would be better to support Tiancheng Laozu to ascend to the early Dharma stage. Although there were more early Dharma adepts and the competition for the battle credits list was more intense, with the help of 2 mid-Dharma adepts, it would be easier to obtain battle credits for early Dharma adepts. Furthermore, after Tiancheng Laozu had lost all hope of advancing, he had put all his energy into training the supreme spell formation, Inferno Heavens. When Scarlet Mist Island had first appeared in the North Sea, Lu Ping had obtained a mid-heaven level earth core fire from the island. This spirit fire could be divided into a low heaven level mother fire, 3 mid-earth level 2nd generation fires, and a high dark level 3rd generation fire. A total of 13 spirit fires were interconnected and were the best treasures for training the supreme spell formation, Inferno Heavens. After Tiancheng Laozu had obtained this spirit fire and successfully trained this spell formation, he could be said to be one of the top early Dharma adepts. Even the current Liu Tianyuan might not be a match for Tiancheng Laozu. Although the Sky Mountain Elder had the 2nd Tribulation Spirit Treasure, the mountain-splitting axe, and was not considered weak among the mid-Dharma adepts, one only needed to take a look at the people on the mid-Dharma Battle Credits leaderboard to know that this leaderboard was basically a competition between the top 3rd generation disciples of the various sects. It was not that Tiancheng Laozu could not bring himself to compete with the 3rd generation disciples, and there were indeed 2nd generation adepts on the battle credits list. For example, Yu Ziqing from the Amulet Pavilion, who was previously ranked 3rd, was also a 2nd generation adept. It was simply because Tiancheng Laozu did not have much confidence in himself. In today's world of training, the 2nd generation adepts who were still at the mid-Dharma stage had mostly lost the qualification to advance to the late Dharma stage. Or perhaps they still had hope of advancing to the late Dharma stage, but they could only be considered as the most outstanding among the 2nd generation adepts. Compared to the top group of 3rd generation adepts, although these people had the same level of training, and the 2nd generation adepts had trained for a longer period of time, at the same time, it also meant that the 3rd generation adepts were generally more talented than the 2nd generation adepts and even the 1st generation adepts who were still stuck at the mid-Dharma stage. Compared to them, the 3rd generation adepts were undoubtedly the cream of the crop of their respective sects. They were more valued by their sects and were more likely to receive the full support of their sects. Their inherited spells were more powerful, and the treasures they possessed were of higher quality. At the same time, they could also increase the persuasiveness of the sects in terms of strength. Furthermore, although the competition for the mid-Dharma stage was not as intense as the early Dharma stage, the difference in points on the list was even more despairing. After all, most of the people who could make it onto the list were the 3rd generation disciples of various famous sects in the world of training. In contrast, at this time, Great Ancestor Tiancheng did not have this problem. At this time, the 3rd generation disciples who were stuck at the early Dharma stage could only be regarded as the 2nd echelon among the 3rd generation disciples in terms of aptitude and strength. This echelon was actually the same as Great Ancestor Tianshan and the others, who could only become 2nd generation practitioners. Tiancheng Laozu himself should have originally been in the 2nd tier of talent and strength. It was only because of the damage to his core that he had been forced to stay at the early Dharma stage. Compared to these 2nd generation disciples who were in the 2nd tier, he did not have the slightest disadvantage at all. On the contrary, he had the extra hundreds of years of training time and the willing assistance of 2 mid-Dharma adepts. The possibility of Tiancheng Laozu being able to enter the early Dharma stage was far greater than that of Tianshan Laozu himself. After everyone left, only Linyu Laozu, Xionglu Laozu, and Tianshan Laozu were left in Zhenling's base to hold the fort. Linyu Laozu was an outsider after all, and Xionglu Laozu was also an outer sect elder who did not participate in the sect's affairs. In this way, Tianshan Laozu had to stay in the base to deal with daily matters and deal with sudden incidents. At this time, the battlefield closest to Junling's base was Xiang Palace, which was guarding the exit of the valley in the northwest. To the northwest of Jiushuan Tower was a mountain range called the Zephyr Mountain Range. This mountain range could be seen as the dividing line between the northwest and central regions of Central Plains. In the middle of this mountain range, there was a gap in the valley that was several miles wide. This mountain pass was the only way to enter and exit the northwest from the central regions of Central Plains. Now, Xiang Palace's base was in the middle of this mountain pass, firmly blocking the only way to enter and exit the northwest from the central regions of Central Plains. On the cliffs on both sides of the mountain pass, Xiang Palace had also set up 2 camps, one on the left and one on the right, to protect the base. 30 miles away from Xiang Palace was an open area where Mara's army had gathered and dispersed. At this time, Mara's army had split into 3 groups to attack. Other than the most powerful central group attacking Xiang Palace's base, the left and right flanks were attacking the 2 camps on the cliffs on both sides of the mountain pass. Xie Tianyang was currently in the camp on the west side of the mountain pass. Looking at the Mara's army that was charging towards his camp like a tidal wave, Xie Tianyang used his finger to lightly tap the blazing sky sun sword in his hand. His eyes flashed with excitement as he muttered to himself, "Come on, if we can defeat this wave of attack, our battle points should be able to enter the top 5. At this time, on the mid-Dharma stage battle points rankings, Xie Tianyang's battle points had already reached 86 points, but he was still ranked 7th. However, he was only 2 points away from the Tianxian sect's first direct disciple, Cao Jianping, who was ranked 6th. And in first place on the battle points rankings was still Lu Ping's unmoving 111 points. However, in second place, the second direct disciple of Xiang Palace, Little Shong Sword Fan Mingjie's battle points had already risen to 105 points. He was only 2 blood surer away from Lu Ping. Xie Tianyang laughed as he scolded, "This fellow is really patient. He still hasn't made a move. If he doesn't make a move soon, I'm afraid that second senior brother will surpass him in first place. Even the top 3 will not be guaranteed." Beside him, Su Jin laughed when he heard this. "A few days ago, you were hoping that Lu Daoyu wouldn't be in a hurry to make a move, but now you're worried about him, worried that someone else will surpass him. What exactly are you thinking?" Xie Tianyang replied in a huff, "I just want to make the ranking list more competitive, so that everyone can compete with their true abilities. If the ranking list is given to us by others, what's the point?" Su Jin nodded and said, "That's true." He opened the imaging stone in his hand and looked at it. Currently, Su Jin's points had reached 74 points, but his ranking had dropped from 11th to 12th. The 9 mystical towers Wei Zhan, who was still ahead of Su Jin yesterday, had now fallen to 13th place behind Su Jin. Of the 2 cultivators who were newly ahead of Su Jin, the 10th was Wuxing School's Hua Wuliang, while the 11th was Spirit Beast Sect's Empyrean Walker, Feng Chilang. The battle cries of Mara's army were getting closer and closer. Finally, with a loud boom, they collided with the protective formation of Xiang Palace's encampment. At the same time, the 2 camps on the cliffs on either side of the encampment were also attacked. Looking at the frenzied attacks of Mara's army outside the encampment's protective shield, the blazing celestial sun sword slashed across Xie Tianyang's body. Streaks of flowing flames almost burned through the surrounding void. "Let's get to work, let's get to work. This time, we must suppress both Cao Jianping and Yuan Feixiang." Xie Tianyang pointed with his flying sword and was about to rush out of the encampment. He had just discovered a blood demon hiding among Mara's army and was only 500 feet away from the encampment's protective shield. Unexpectedly, before he could rush out, Su Jin cursed. When Xie Tianyang turned around in surprise, he saw Su Jin staring fixedly at the psychic jade tablet in the center of the encampment. In an instant, the number 1, North Sea Zhenling Lu Tianping's points had suddenly increased by 15 points. Chapter 1297. Lu Tianping had made his move. This was the first reaction of the two of them. A jade demon had fallen into his demonic clutches. This was their second reaction. As for why he did not kill 3 blood demons or 5 blood shura at the same time, the two of them thought it was nonsense. Would a person who could kill asuras purposely look for blood mara to earn points? Xie Tianyang cursed under his breath, but his face was soon replaced by excitement. Lu Ping's move would definitely cause a chain reaction among the cultivators on the list. This way, the competition would become even more intense. Only by doing so could one's true strength be displayed on the list. The blazing celestial sun sword went straight for the blood demon hidden among Mara's army outside the camp's protective shield. This caused the surrounding Mara's army to panic. The blood demon summoned the surrounding big and small Mara to defend against it. At the same time, 2 blood shura appeared from the side to provide support. The blood demon himself had already started to hide the moment his identity was exposed. Xie Tianyang was not surprised, but happy. He hurriedly called out to Su Jin and the two of them joined forces to launch a counterattack against Mara's army. Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu were hiding in the void at the periphery of Mara's army's encampment outside Ziyang Palace's encampment. They watched Mara's army split into 3 groups and pounced towards Ziyang Palace's encampment. Lu Ping smiled at Yin Tianchu and said, "There are many people hiding in the void around here." Yin Tianchu said disdainfully, "If you want to take advantage of others, you need to be strong." Lu Ping did not comment. He only looked at the left side of Mara's army and said, "Let's go. I heard that Brother Su and Brother Xie are guarding the camp on the cliff in the west. Let's go and help them." Just as Mara's army was charging towards the west side of the camp, Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu were also closing in on Mara's army. The army had already launched an attack on the camp, but at the rear, Lu Ping still found several Mara hiding nearby, secretly setting up a series of traps to prevent others from attacking their retreat. There was no lack of existences like Mara among them. Lu Ping smiled and said, "This Mara is getting more and more cunning. He actually laid a trap behind us." Yin Tianchu said, "As long as we are not surrounded, this trap is not a trap." Lu Ping nodded and smiled. "That's right." With that, the two of them turned invisible at the same time. Naturally, the battle between Purple Sun Palace and Mo Luo had attracted the attention of many cultivators from the other sects. The cultivators from the other sects were either trying to curry favor with Purple Sun Palace and assist them in defending against Mo Luo's invasion, or they were trying to take advantage of the fact that Purple Sun Palace was holding up Mo Luo's army in the periphery to kill off Mo Luo and snatch their battle contribution points. However, they did not dare to attack at this time because there were already people who wanted to take advantage of Mara's army attacking Purple Sun Palace's camp to cut off their retreat, but they were ambushed by Mara's army. The cultivators hiding in the surroundings were waiting to see if Purple Sun Palace's cultivators could kill their way out of the camp and disrupt the entire offensive formation of Mara's army. Once both sides fell into a chaotic battle, it would be the chance for these hidden cultivators to win in the chaos. But at this time, the jade demon that was lagging behind suddenly noticed something. The soul-consuming black mist stirred, and an invisible wave swept out in all directions. Dozens of feet away, Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu could no longer hide. But the jade demon was shocked. It did not expect someone to be able to sneak so far without being detected. The soul-consuming black mist was stirring even more violently, and a sharp scream came from the mist. It went straight into their ears. At the same time, many of the blood Mara hiding around the area gathered around the jade demon. Even Jade Shura, who was further away, came running. "Hee, someone is stupid enough to attack Mara's army's retreat. There are so many people, and they don't dare attack. Do they think everyone is stupid? These two people are not bad. They can sneak under the jade demon's nose and get within 100 feet of it. Hey, why does the person in front look so familiar? He's charging forward. No way, he's actually charging towards the jade demon. It's over, it's over. A mid-Dharma adept is going to die in the hands of the Mara army. It can't be. The black-robed man has hidden himself again. What a brilliant secret art of concealment. Not only did the hidden cultivators not help them, but they were also discussing and gloating, watching the two of them fall into the encirclement of Mara's army. No, that's Lu Tianping. The person who is charging forward is Lu Tianping. Lu Tianping? It can't be. Isn't going up like this courting death? What a pity. I heard that Lu Tianping is good friends with Xie Tianyang and Su Jin of the Ziyang Palace. I guess he's here to help them. I didn't expect him to be so reckless. Immediately after that, a series of exclamations rang out. It was as though something unexpected had suddenly happened on the battlefield, causing the cultivators from the various sects who were hiding in the void to fall silent. As soon as the Jade Demon discovered Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu cast another, concealment secret technique, and disappeared. Lu Ping, on the other hand, didn't retreat. Instead, his thin water sword turned into two spiraling green flood dragons that pounced towards the Jade Demon. The Jade Demon retreated, but it did not completely avoid Lu Ping's double flying sword attack. On the contrary, the Jade Demon wanted to take Lu Ping's attack head-on. That way, the Blood Mara would be able to take advantage of the opportunity to completely surround it. The soul-devouring black mist churned, and two huge black crows emerged from it. Then, they flapped their wings and rushed toward the two Cyan WMS, pecking at the eyeballs of the Cyan WMS with their black beaks. Unexpectedly, the two black crows were smashed into pieces by the two green dragons. Two flying swords shot out from the dragons' mouths and went straight for the Jade Demon, who was hiding in the soul-consuming black mist. The Jade Demon clearly did not expect Lu Ping to ignore the Blood Mara and the two Jade Shuras that were coming from afar. Instead, he charged towards it. Although this surprised the Jade Demon and it had no choice but to retreat to avoid Lu Ping's attack, a terrifying scene suddenly unfolded before its eyes. The two Blood Shuras that came to help suddenly staggered. A cold light flashed twice, and their heads flew into the sky. The two Blood Shuras still maintained their flying posture. They then drew two diagonal parabolas in the air and fell to the ground. The moment the two Blood Shuras fell, the man in black who had been hiding behind Lu Ping suddenly appeared behind them. His cold eyes glanced at the other Blood Mara that were rushing over, and then he disappeared again. The mysterious appearance of the man in black and the sudden death of the two Blood Shuras caused the Blood Mara that came to help to stop in their tracks. They looked a little panicked for a moment. Lu Ping sighed in his heart. The shapeless sword skill could only be used to its fullest in the hands of Yin Tianchu. Although Lu Ping had also practiced this great sword skill and had made great achievements in his hands, Yin Tianchu was able to use the power of this sword skill to its fullest extent. Taking advantage of the time when Yin Tianchu suddenly killed the two Blood Shuras and shocked the other Mara, Lu Ping rushed towards the Jade Demon again. Kill. The soul-devouring black fog suddenly exploded, and countless black soul-devouring threads pierced towards Lu Ping from all directions. However, Lu Ping was not afraid. A small blue flag suddenly appeared in his hand, and with a wave of the flag, many auspicious clouds suddenly floated out of the small flag. With a clear chirp, a golden rock appeared and disappeared in the auspicious clouds. The black soul-devouring threads were all blocked by the auspicious clouds, and could not advance any further. The soul-devouring threads could not stop Lu Ping's strong attack. The Jade Demon wanted to retreat again, but suddenly found that the auspicious clouds had suddenly turned into balls of flame. The black soul-devouring threads that were entangled were burned to ashes the moment they came into contact with this strange flame. The Jade Demon was shocked. The soul-devouring black fog was a natal technique of all demonic cultivators, but this time it was burned to ashes by Lu Ping's Jade Phosphorus Soul Fire. This was no less than a heavy blow to the Jade Demon. The Jade Demon let out a mournful howl. Even though Lu Ping had the cloud sail to protect himself, the impact of the Jade Demon's divine thoughts gave him a headache. However, Lu Ping's divine thoughts only resisted for a moment before he was no longer affected by the Jade Demon's howl. Instead, Yin Tianchu's muffled groan came from not far away. Previously, he had attacked several times in order to stop the surrounding Mara's army. However, under the circumstances that he was on guard, he only managed to injure one Blood Shura in his first attack. After that, his subsequent attacks were all in vain. However, his elusive methods still made all the Mara very afraid, and they had to slow down the speed of rescuing the Jade Demon. The Jade Demon's roar forced Yin Tianchu to reveal himself in the void. Then, the demonic Luos who came to help were overjoyed. They surrounded Yin Tianchu and attacked him one after another. However, at this moment, the Jade Demon let out another howl not far away. This time, it was not the Jade Demon's soul-devouring magic skill. Instead, it was Lu Ping's thin water-flowing sword. He had already separated the Jade Demon from the soul-devouring black fog and trapped it in a sword formation. The companion numinous treasure hovering above Jade Demon's head was a Jade Rui scepter. Black mist drooped down from it in an attempt to protect Jade Demon. However, a gigantic white Jade Lotus suddenly bloomed beneath Jade Demon's feet. Invisible flames rose from the lotus and instantly burned the black light curtain that hung down from the Jade Rui scepter into nothingness. As Lu Ping's cultivation base grew and his divine sense expanded, the Jade Soulfire's power also increased tremendously. The moment it burned through the Jade Demon's protective black mist, the soul fire materialized and the Jade Demon's body was instantly engulfed by the emerald green flames. A shrill scream came from the flames, but the thin water-flowing sword swung across the air and slapped away the Jade Rui scepter, which was still hovering above the Jade Demon's head. The Jade Demon's body was instantly engulfed by the emerald green flames. The Jade Demon let out a miserable howl, but the thin water-flowing sword swung across the air and slapped away the Jade Rui scepter. Chapter 1298. After a series of battles since entering the Central Plains, he had finally obtained a companion spiritual treasure that he had yet to destroy, and it was a Jade Demon's companion spiritual treasure. On the other side, just as Yin Tianchu was about to fall into the encirclement of the devil army, a blue flying sword abruptly appeared beside him, slicing half of the body of a bloodshorer that had taken advantage of the situation to attack him. Yin Tianchu seized the opportunity to pierce the bloodshorer's eye socket directly into its brain. The thin water-flowing sword had already entered the encirclement, forcibly opening up a gap for Yin Tianchu. Two Jade Shuras in the distance were already pouncing over, and Yin Tianchu did not dare to continue fighting. He turned around and escaped the encirclement under Lu Ping's cover. On the other side, after Lu Ping had sent the Jade Demon's companion spiritual treasure flying, Lu Ping only cared about saving Yin Tianchu, who was about to be surrounded by Mara. The Jade Rui had flown more than 100 feet away. The companion spiritual treasure in the Jade Demon's hand was equivalent to a second tribulation spiritual treasure. In the world of cultivation, it was an incredible treasure. Usually, only the late Dharma adepts of large sects had the right to wield a second tribulation spiritual treasure. Although the Jade Rui was only a companion spiritual treasure, if it was modified by a great craftsman, it could easily become a first disaster spiritual treasure. It was even possible that it could become a second disaster spiritual treasure after surviving the second thunder calamity. This treasure was enough to arouse the greed of everyone. Moreover, after the treasure had been sent flying by Lu Ping, he did not have the time to pick it up. Instead, he had to save Yin Tianchu first. This was a good chance. As long as they could snatch this treasure and leave immediately, rogue cultivators would be willing to wander the world for this treasure, and cultivators who belonged to sects would also be willing to leave their sects for this treasure. If they had any sense of fairness, their sects would not hesitate to become enemies with the now famous Junling sect for this spiritual treasure. Without waiting for the spirit treasure to fall to the ground, 4 or 5 of the cultivators who were hiding in the surrounding void were already incapable of stopping themselves from rushing forward to snatch the spirit treasure. After those 4 or 5 cultivators made their move, another 5 or 6 cultivators swiftly responded. Additionally, their targets were not the spirit treasure. Rather, it was the 4 or 5 cultivators who had rushed forward to snatch the spirit treasure. Seeing that a huge battle was about to erupt around this life companion spiritual treasure, the cultivators who were hiding revealed themselves and made a move to snatch it. This immediately attracted the support of Mara's army, who were rushing over from both sides. A mid-Dharma adept took advantage of the chaos to fend off the attacks of several adepts and was the first to reach the primordial spirit treasure. Seeing that the primordial spirit treasure was about to fall into his hands, he could not help but feel excited. He was born in a small sect, and although he was already a mid-Dharma adept, he could be said to be the first person in his sect in 1,000 years. However, he was extremely dissatisfied with his birth. In his opinion, if he had been born in a large sect or a holy land, even if he had not reached the level of a late Dharma adept, he would at least be a peak Dharma adept. He would not be weaker than people like Lu Tianping, Fan Mingjie, or Yuan Feixiang. Even if he had been born in a mid-sized sect, he might have had at least one spirit treasure in his possession. However, he had been born in a small sect, and as a mid-Dharma adept, he only had a top-notch spirit-nurturing treasure in his possession. It was so shabby that he felt that he was too embarrassed to show off his treasure in front of other adepts of the same level. However, looking at the life companion spiritual treasure that was about to fall into his hands, the cultivator was filled with joy. As long as he could get his hands on this Rui jade, even if it could only become a first-level spirit treasure in the future, his abilities would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. It would not be a problem for him to even be able to squeeze into the list of battle achievements. However, just as he was about to wave his hand and grab the Rui jade from the ground, a small person about a foot tall suddenly jumped out of thin air and landed in front of the Rui jade. It giggled at the cultivator and hugged the life companion spiritual treasure that was almost as tall as the cultivator. Cloning. The cultivator was shocked. After the battle at Junling's station, Junling had made a name for himself in the training world of Central Mainland. The North Sea water sword deity had also become a hot topic in the training world after killing Azura. The news that Lu Tianping had inherited the lost secret technique of cloning was naturally known by many. Junling was not someone to be trifled with. The cultivator looked at the life companion spiritual treasure and gritted his teeth. He had to go all out. After all, Junling was an overseas sect. It would not be able to behave atrociously in Central Mainland. Who knew how many sects in Central Mainland were jealous of Junling's power? If Junling dared to stir up trouble, it would become a target for all. The cultivator flicked his wrist and his top-notch spirit-nurturing treasure was already ready to go. However, at this moment, the cloning suddenly exploded with an aura that was no weaker than that of a mid-Dharma adept. The cultivator was already like an arrow on a bowstring, and the spirit-nurturing treasure charged straight at the cloning. Unexpectedly, the cloning actually chuckled at him. The small willow sword on its back automatically unsheathed itself and collided with the spirit-nurturing treasure. Clang! The small willow sword and the cultivator's life companion spiritual treasure were completely disproportionate in size. However, the result of the collision between the two was a draw. The cloning really did have the power of a mid-Dharma adept. While the mid-Dharma adept was still in a daze, Lu Xiaoping had already flown towards Lu Ping with a jade rui that was about the same size as his own body on his back. Behind the cultivator, a series of shouts and curses could be heard. The cultivator thought that it was because the cloning had taken away the life companion spiritual treasure, and he himself felt that it was a great pity. However, when he turned around, his face was full of anger and he could not help but curse out loud. It turned out that when everyone had been fighting over the life companion spiritual treasure, they had naturally been unable to hide themselves. Furthermore, the life companion spiritual treasure had not been sent flying any further or any closer. It had landed in a position near the perimeter of Mara's army. The sudden appearance of more than 10 human cultivators in such a position naturally attracted the attention of Mara's army. More than half of the Mara's army that had previously surrounded Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu immediately rushed towards the 10 Dharma adepts. Although everyone was cursing, they did not dare to be careless. One by one, they took out their own treasures and spirit treasures and retreated as they fought. As for whether the life companion spiritual treasure had been intentionally sent flying by Lu Tianping to such a delicate position to lure the many cultivators to attack, the crowd did not have time to think too much about it. Furthermore, the life companion spiritual treasure did not belong to them in the first place. They rescued Yin Tianchu from the encirclement of Mara's army. While the Mara's army was distracted by more human cultivators, the two of them worked together to break out of the encirclement. At this time, on the other side, with the retreat of more than 10 human cultivators and the pursuit of many Mara's army, more and more cultivators who had been hiding in the void were forced to reveal themselves and join the battle. The battle between the two sides was getting bigger and bigger. It had already alerted the Mara's army that was surrounding Ziyang Palace's camp. Faced with the possibility of a pincer attack, the Mara's army returned to help. The scale of the battle grew bigger and bigger. At this time, Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu had already escaped from the range of the battle. That was close, Lu Ping said, but there was no trace of fear on his face. But the reward is not bad. A jade demon had been killed by Lu Ping, and Yin Tianchu had killed 3 blood Shura consecutively in a short period of time. The two of them had even obtained a life companion spiritual treasure. With this, they had lured the surrounding cultivators who had been watching from the sidelines to join in the battle. This could be considered as relieving the pressure on Xie Tianyang and the rest. Yin Tianchu glanced coldly at the chaotic battle and spat out 2 words, "Idiot." Lu Ping smiled and said, "How about it? Find a chance to get some more?" Yin Tianchu looked at the photographic stone in his hand. The battle points displayed on it only showed 9, so he nodded and said, "I'm going to try my luck on the leaderboard as well." The photographic stone only showed individual battle points, not the points of others. However, when Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu had set off from Zhenling's camp, the 50th mid-Dharma cultivator on the leaderboard had already reached 38 points. At this time, he might have even more points. Yin Tianchu had managed to get 9 points in such a short period of time, which was not considered slow. However, he was still far from being able to make it onto the leaderboard. Hearing this, Lu Ping nodded and said, "All right, if you and I work together to make it onto the leaderboard, it shouldn't be too slow." Lu Ping knew that the sects wanted more disciples to make it onto the leaderboard. In fact, Lu Ping himself also believed that the rise of a sect did not depend on the strength of just one person. It was just that he was somewhat unhappy that this was happening to him. Since this was the case, he would work hard to help Yin Tianchu make it onto the leaderboard. Furthermore, even if Zhenling were to fully assist other cultivators to make it onto the leaderboard, they could only help early Dharma adepts. Of course, mid-Dharma adepts were much harder to get onto the leaderboard than early Dharma adepts, but they also carried much more weight. After working together for this period of time, Lu Ping had a very clear understanding of Yin Tianchu's abilities. From what Lu Ping could see, Yin Tianchu's current abilities were completely capable of making it onto the leaderboard. At least from what he could see, Yin Tianchu's abilities were no weaker than the direct disciples of the famous sects in the Central Plains. Although he was still a distance away from the direct disciples of the Holy Lands such as the 5 Elements Juzi and the 6 Pulse Godly Swords, and he was no match for Xiahou Wushang, Chan Yu, and Chan Xiong, who had just broken through to the mid-Dharma stage, he could still put up a fight against the lower-ranked direct disciples of the Holy Lands, such as Zhu Jiuwan and Qin Wuliang. What's more, Yin Tianchu was more proficient in his stealth-killing secret technique instead of facing his enemies head-on. In this way, even those cultivators who were stronger than him might not be able to gain an advantage against him. This was also a great help in hunting down Mo Luo and seizing battle merit points. And after working together with Lu Ping would attack head-on to attract Mara's attention, while Yin Tianchu would hide and wait for an opportunity to assassinate him. The two of them working together would often result in more battle points. Chapter 1299. Lu Ping's plan was to draw the 10 or so cultivators around them into the Mara army, while he and Yin Tianchu quietly left after picking up the loot on the outside. Yin Tianchu saw that there was only one additional blood demon in the projection stone and asked in confusion, "Why are we leaving?" From his point of view, the Mara army was attracted by the 10 or so Dharma adepts, so it was a good time for them to pick up the loot on the outside. Lu Ping laughed and said, "Why? Is one blood demon not enough to satisfy you? I didn't get anything just now." After a pause, Lu Ping explained, "The battle between the 10 or so Dharma adepts and the Mara army will soon attract the attention of the high-level Mara. When that happens, it will not be so easy for us to escape." Ziyang Palace was not like Zhenling. The number of Mara attacking Ziyang Palace was much greater, and they were much stronger. Even though this was only one of Ziyang Palace's campsites and not the main base, and the Mara army attacking this place was also only a secondary force, even this secondary force of Mara's was far more powerful than the Mara army that had attacked Zhenling's base. The two of them walked around the perimeter of the Mara army. After a while, a loud sound came from the direction of the previous battlefield. A strong aura came from that direction. Even though the two of them were far away, they could still feel it very clearly. Oh, two asuras are rushing over. I wonder if any of the 10 or so people noticed and broke out of the encirclement. Otherwise, I don't know how many of them will still be alive. Yin Tianchu had heard Ji Tianxian talk about how dangerous it was when Mara's army attacked Zhenling's base. The cultivators who were hidden in the surrounding void had watched from the sidelines and watched Zhenling fall into danger. When the Longhuai ancestor appeared and Lu Ping killed the asuras and turned the situation around, these people were the first to jump out and fight with Zhenling. Naturally, Zhenling's sect didn't have a good impression of these people. But they didn't expect Lu Ping to hate them so much that he would set up such a trap to deal with them. Strictly speaking, Lu Ping could not be blamed for doing this on purpose. If these people had not been greedy for Lu Ping's accompanying spiritual treasure, the situation would not have turned out this way. At the very least, this could reduce the pressure on Xie Tianyang and the others. From Lu Ping's point of view, since the cultivators from the various sects had come to join forces to annihilate Mara's army, they should at least do something. Even if they were just harassing Mara on the periphery, or even killing a few asuras of various sizes, that would be good enough. However, these people were just watching from the sidelines. When there were benefits, they would swarm forward, but when there was even the slightest bit of danger, they would run as far away as they could. Just as the attention of Mara's army was attracted by the 10 or so Dharma adepts, Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu once again wandered around the periphery. For the next 3 days, the two of them worked together and succeeded several times. The points in Lu Ping's imaging stone had increased from 126 to 139 points. Yin Tianchu's points had even exceeded Lu Ping's, increasing from 14 points to 38 points. It was a pity that the two of them did not know how many points had increased to the lowest 50th place on the battle points leaderboard. However, it was clear that Yin Tianchu's current points were not enough to make it onto the leaderboard. Over the past 3 days, the two of them would always find an opportunity to strike and escape. Regardless of whether they succeeded or not, they never gave Mara's army a chance to react. And every time they succeeded, they would cause chaos in Mara's army, causing the high-level Mara's army to repeatedly run for their lives. At the same time, the siege of Ziyang Palace's west camp by the Mara's army was alleviated. The cultivators from Ziyang Palace who were stationed at the west camp quickly noticed this. Xie Tianyang and Su Jin quickly informed the seniors from their sect who were stationed at the west camp of Ziyang Palace. There were 3 great cultivators stationed at Ziyang Palace's west camp. 2 of them were second-generation disciples of Ziyang Palace, while the one in charge was a first-generation cultivator. After Shui Sanyi and Laozu received the news from the two, he pondered for a moment and said to the other 2 great cultivators, "Could it be that someone is helping us from the periphery? Who would be so kind?" Those cultivators from the various sects who only know how to take advantage of others. The other second-generation great cultivator, Meng Shui, scoffed, "I'd rather believe that this is our station exerting more pressure on Mara's army, causing Mara's army to have no choice but to transfer reinforcements from the 2 sides." The first-generation great cultivator of Ziyang Palace, Hao Xiqing, who was the leader, shook his head and said, "From the news from the station, they are under more pressure than us. Clearly, they are unable to attract more reinforcements from Mara's army. And from the news from the peripheral family forces, it seems that a huge battle broke out outside the camp 3 days ago. It even attracted 2 asuras to suppress it." When Hao Xiqing and Laozu mentioned the peripheral family forces of Ziyang Palace, Meng Shui snorted coldly. However, when he heard that there were really cultivators fighting with Mara's army on a large scale, he was taken aback and said, 3 days ago, wasn't that the time when Mara's army was besieging and the situation was tense? Then, Mara's army suddenly retreated. Could it be that someone is really helping our sect? Not necessarily. This time, it was Laozu Shui Sanyi's turn to deny it. I'm more willing to believe that those cultivators who were watching from the sidelines were accidentally discovered by Mara's army and chased after them. It's just that these people have always been very concerned about their own lives. How could they have fallen into the hands of Mara's army this time? For the past 3 days, the Mara's army outside the camp has been in chaos from time to time. Could it be that someone has been harassing them outside? Xie Tianyang and Su Jin looked at each other. The two seemed to have thought of something and wanted to say something but stopped themselves. Hao Xiqing, who was watching from the side, asked directly, "Did the two of you think of something?" Xie Tianyang thought for a moment and said, "Martial granduncle, martial uncles, have you paid attention to the battle merit ranking for the past few days?" Battle merit ranking? The 3 Laozu Shues looked at each other. Shui Sani Laozu coughed and said, "If you have something to say, just say it." Xie Tianyang chuckled and said, "The battle merit ranking of the Great Dharma cultivators is one thing. The Great Dharma cultivators Laozu are basically guarding the various camps and rarely go out to hunt down Mara to fight for points. As for the early Dharma cultivators, although the competition for the battle merit ranking is intense, due to the limitations of their abilities, they may not be able to make much of an impact on the battlefield. However, the battle merit ranking of us mid-Dharma adepts is different." That makes sense. Shui Sani thought for a moment and said, "Nowadays, the mid-Dharma adepts of the various sects are all dominated by the 3rd-generation direct disciples. You people are all proud and arrogant, and I'm sure you all want to fight amongst yourselves. However, if you hunt Mara within the hunting grounds, it's either too slow or too dangerous. However, if a few of you join forces to harass Mara's army on the periphery of the battlefield, there will be plenty of opportunities to hunt for battle merits. Secondly, there will be a few sects to hold back, and there won't be any high-level Mara sweeping the periphery on a large scale. As long as you control the pace, it's a shortcut to earning battle merits." Martial Uncle Shue's eyes are like a torch. Xie Tianyang immediately followed up with a flattering remark. "Speaking of the mid-Dharma battle merit ranking this time, because it's a competition between the most outstanding 3rd-generation direct disciples of each sect, I've heard that it's highly valued by all the sects. Now that the few of you are relying on your sects to fight against Mara's army, you should have an advantage over the practitioners who are sweeping the periphery. How is it? What's the current situation of your rankings?" Su Jin laughed bitterly and said, "Second brother is currently in 2nd place, with 127 battle merits. Little Six is currently in 5th place, with 112 battle merits. Disciple is the worst, unable to even make it into the top 10, with only 94 battle merits, ranking 12th. Among the top 50 mid-Dharma battle merit rankings, there are a total of 5 disciples from our sect on the list. The competition is really intense. From 2nd place to 12th place, there's only a difference of 33 points between the 11 of them, which is an average difference of 1 blood azura. However, for our sect to be able to occupy 5 out of the 50 disciples on the list, it's still not bad. After all, out of the 6 direct disciples of our sect, only 3 of you are here. Now that the calamity of Mara has arrived, it's also the time for the elite disciples of the various sects in the world of practitioners to surge. If the other 2 disciples on the list can maintain their positions on the battle merit rankings, after the opening of the 7th Patriarch's altar, our sect will have to reward them handsomely." Hao Xiqing and Laozu were obviously quite satisfied with Ziyang Palace's current results, even though this was only the beginning. Ziyang Palace had repeatedly fought against Mara's army. Meng Shui and Laozu, however, asked, "What's the ranking of the North Sea disciple who was lucky enough to kill the Azura? I'm sure Mingjie has surpassed him by now. Who's in 1st place now, and how many battle merits do they have?" Xie Tianyang and Su Jin's expressions turned strange for a moment. In the end, it was Xie Tianyang who said, "Uncle Master, how do you know that second brother has definitely surpassed Brother Lu?" Meng Shui glared at him and said, "He's just a North Sea disciple. Even if he's outstanding, how strong can he be? How can he still be in 1st place with the full support of our sect?" Fan Mingjie was his favorite disciple, and Meng Shui was very confident in his disciple. Su Jin smiled bitterly and said, "That's right. He's in 1st place. In the past half a month, he didn't make a move. 3 days ago, his points suddenly started rising, and is now at 139 points. Second brother is still 12 points behind him. Meng Shuai and Laozu's expression changed. They seemed to be in disbelief, but they still tried to ask, is he really that powerful? Xie Tianyang and Su Jin nodded in unison. At the side, Xue Sanyi and Laozu said, 3 days ago. Wasn't that when Mara's army suddenly retreated? This Lu Tianping and Little Six have been through life and death together. He also has a good relationship with Little San. Previously, when Zhenling's encampment was in a tight spot, the two of you ran over to help. Do you think the abnormalities of Mara's army outside the encampment were caused by him? Chapter 1300. This time, the Ziyang Palace's western camp is going to be in trouble. Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu were lying in ambush on a hillside. They held their breaths and retracted all of their auras as they looked at the Mara's army gathering at the foot of the hill about 10 miles away. Reinforcements. Although Yin Tianchu did not have Lu Ping's 3 pure true eyes or his insane divine will, he could still roughly see what was happening about 10 miles away. Lu Ping nodded and said, it seems that our continuous harassment and the conflict between the Dharma adepts and the Mara over the past 3 days have attracted the attention of the high-level Mara. An Azura has come with 3 or 4 Jade Mara and close to 10 Blood Mara as reinforcements. Yin Tianchu asked curiously, there is no way that the Ziyang Palace would not notice such a large-scale mobilization. Mara had always moved in groups. An Azura leading 4 or 5 Jade Mara and 10 Blood Mara would mean that there would be at least 1,000 Mara of various sizes following them. It would be difficult for the Ziyang Palace not to notice such a large-scale mobilization. I'm afraid that the Ziyang Palace really did not notice this time. The green light in Lu Ping's eyes shot out a foot. Yin Tianchu, who was watching from the side, was also amazed. These 10 high-level Mara are not accompanied by a single low-level Mara. Not only that, these 10 or so Mara have come in 2 waves. Each wave has about 7 or 8 Mara. It would be difficult for them to attract the Ziyang Palace's attention. Lu Ping's expression changed. We have to think of a way to inform the Ziyang Palace. Otherwise, the camp that Brother Xie and the others are at will definitely be at a disadvantage in the upcoming battle. They might even lose the camp on the west side. Just as Lu Ping was paying full attention to Mara's army, Yin Tianchu said, are you sure we still have a chance to inform Ziyang Palace? Lu Ping was taken aback. When he looked in the direction that Yin Tianchu was pointing at, he saw that the Jade Mara that seemed to be patrolling Mara's army had gathered together and was circling around the hillside. The direction they were circling seemed to be where Lu Ping and the others were. He had been discovered. Lu Ping shouted in a low voice, let's go. The two of them hid themselves and quickly retreated from the hillside. However, at that moment, a low growl suddenly came from the camp of Mara's army. The Mara that was pretending to be patrolling immediately sped up and chased after the two of them. Damn it! Lu Ping cursed fiercely. There's no need to hide. Run with all your might. There's actually a heavenly demon. Even though Yin Tianchu had always been indifferent, his expression also changed at this moment. The two of them no longer concealed their figures. 2 rays of convents lights rose up from the hillside and turned around to fly backward. They wanted to use the mountain range as a cover to get rid of Mo Luo's pursuit. The Jade Mara that had caught up earlier were about to split up and chase after the two of them. Unexpectedly, a low growl came from behind them again. The Jade Mara chased after them for a while before all of them returned. At that moment, the Mara's army at the bottom of the hillside had already set off again. They mightily pounced on the camp again. Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu fled dozens of miles away. Only then did they realize that Mara was not chasing after them. Yin Tianchu asked, what should we do? Lu Ping sighed. If Ziyang Palace is not on guard, I'm afraid this camp will be difficult to protect. However, there is only the pure young Laozu overseeing Ziyang Palace's camp. If the disappearance of the 2 Asuras can be ignored by the pure young Laozu, the heavenly demons are the focus of the pure young cultivators. If the pure young cultivators of Ziyang Palace do not notice the disappearance of one of the heavenly demons in Mara's army, It will be a little unreasonable. Yin Tianchu said, "What if the heavenly demons are not the two that attacked Ziyang Palace's camp?" Lu Ping gasped. "It's possible. If that's the case, won't the West camp not even receive reinforcements from Ziyang Palace's camp?" The two of them quickly rushed towards the outskirts of the camp on the west side of the Purple Sun Palace. By the time the two of them were over 10 miles away from the camp, they could already hear the earth-shaking sounds of battle from both sides. The Devil Luo army had already surrounded the camp and launched a fierce attack. The 3 late Dharma adepts and 10 mid-Dharma adepts guarding the camp had all arrived at the camp's defensive formation and were engaged in a fierce battle with Mara's army. However, the sudden appearance of 1 Azura and 4 or 5 Jade Mara disrupted the deployment of the Ziyang Palace adepts. In the instant the battle began, one of the mid-Dharma adepts from Ziyang Palace was dead and one was seriously injured. By the time the entire Ziyang Palace realized that something was wrong, the remaining 10 or so adepts were quickly surrounded by Mara's army and were surrounded by Mara's army. Even if they wanted to retreat to the camp and rely on the formation to defend it, they could no longer do so. Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu tried their best to sneak towards the edge of the battlefield. Only then did they realize that although Ziyang Palace was currently at a disadvantage, they still had the ability to defend themselves. At this time, Mara's army was trying to isolate all the mid and late Dharma adepts who had rushed out of the camp from the camp. This was to prevent Ziyang Palace from hiding in the camp and defending themselves. As for the Sky Demon who had been hiding at the side and had not made a move, it was probably waiting for the right time to give Ziyang Palace a fatal blow. It was to completely destroy this camp that was connected to Ziyang Palace's camp. This way, Mara's army would be able to take advantage of the high ground and launch an even fiercer attack on Ziyang Palace's camp. At this time, Xie Tianyang and Su Jin had already realized that something was wrong when the new reinforcements from Mara's army appeared. Although the two of them were temporarily unable to retreat to the camp, they managed to gather together in time. With a blazing Sky Sun sword and an Ice Soft sword, the 2 spirit treasures worked together to block the attacks of a Jade Demon and 3 Jade Shura. However, this time, the situation that the two of them were in was much more serious than the one they had been in during the battle at Zhonling. However, the swordsmanship that the two of them were using was clearly a secret combination attack of the Purple Sun Palace. The 2 flying swords were Yang and Yin, one hot and one cold. When the 2 swordsmanship techniques were used, one attacked and one defended, one advanced and one retreated. Although they were at a disadvantage against the 4 Jade Devils, they were still able to hold their ground. Suddenly, there was a cry of pain from the camp. Clearly, a disciple of Ziyang Palace had been injured by the Mara's siege. Then, the two of them realized that a few Blood Mara had left the battle and were surrounding them. It was already difficult for the two of them to resist the siege of 4 Jade Mara. If a few more Blood Mara joined in, the two of them might not be able to handle it. The two of them continued to defend against the Jade Shura's attacks, and at the same time, they tried to move the fight back. They wanted to return to the camp and use the Matrix to defend against the Shura's attacks. But the 4 Jade Shura had clearly noticed what the two of them were trying to do, and their attacks intensified. 2 of the Jade Shura circled behind the two of them to block their retreat. The 3 Blood Mara were the first to rush into the battle, but before they could attack, one of the Blood Shura suddenly screamed and turned around as if to avoid something. However, a short sword had already pierced through its chest, and it was killed in one hit. Chapter 1301. Shapeless Sword Technique. Xie Tianyang shouted, thinking that it was Lu Ping who had come to help. But looking at the short sword, which was only a spirit-nurturing magic treasure, he knew that it was not one of Lu Ping's magic treasures. Sure enough, a black-robed cultivator appeared behind the slain Blood Azura. With a wave of his hand, the dagger magic treasure returned to his hand. Then, the cultivator looked coldly at Xie Tianyang. His black robes fluttered, and his entire person hid in the void again. Xie Tianyang gave Su Jin a look. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, but the flying swords in their hands did not relax at all. On the contrary, the 2 spirit treasures cooperated more closely with each other, and their attacks became fiercer, as if they were going to break out of the encirclement. Seeing this, the four Jade Mara no longer cared about the black-robed cultivator who had suddenly appeared. Only a few Blood Mara hurriedly wandered around the periphery, as if guarding against something, while the four Jade Mara began to block Xie Tianyang and Su Jin with all their might. Although Xie Tianyang and Su Jin's all-out attack had disrupted the rhythm of the four Jade Mara's coordination, the two of them really could not escape the encirclement of the four Jade Mara. But this was enough. With a strange gulp, a sword light rushed up from below like boiling water. Including Xie Tianyang and Su Jin, the four Jade Mara were all included in the sword formation. The boiling sword light continued to spread, scaring away the few Blood Mara that came up from all directions. But the black-robed Yin Tianqu's figure disappeared in a flash. Not only did he not avoid the boiling sword light formation, but he also rushed into the formation and was drowned by the boiling sword light in the blink of an eye. Boiling sky sword technique. Jade Demon suddenly realized that his soul-devouring divine art couldn't be used in this strange sword whistle that sounded like boiling water. That earth-shaking sword whistle actually covered up his soul-devouring divine art completely. Without the soul-devourer magic, the Jade Demon's strength was only slightly stronger than a Bloodshorer. The sword light around it surged up, and in a moment, the Jade Demon let out a shrill roar. Together with the accompanying spiritual treasure in its hand, it was swallowed by the sword light, leaving only a black soul devourer that gradually dissipated in the boiling sword light. Seepage sword technique. Lu Ping had already cultivated this supreme sword technique to the level where he could use it as he pleased. He could change the four basic magic at any time in the process of using the supreme sword technique to adapt to the situation. A figure slowly condensed in the sword formation. Lu Ping smiled at the sword light formation that was still boiling around him. He did not expect that Xie Tianyang and Su Jin's strength had also reached such a level. If Yin Tianchu had not secretly expelled the Blood Mara, and the two of them had joined forces to stop the four Jade Mara, Lu Ping would not have been able to use this supreme sword technique like a sneak attack to trap the four Jade Mara in the sword formation. When Lu Ping's sword formation included Xie Tianyang and Su Jin, the two of them seemed to have expected this. Seeing that the sword light around them was only attacking the Jade Mara in front of them, and that it did not affect them at all, they could not help but be amazed that Lu Ping could control such a powerful supreme sword technique so well. But at this time, the two of them had to suppress their shock, and each of them rushed towards the two Jade Shuras. At this time, the four Jade Mara had been scattered by Lu Ping's supreme sword technique, and it was a good time to take them down one by one. The other Jade Shura had just regained its footing under the sword formation when a black shadow attacked it. A short sword suddenly appeared 3 feet in front of the Jade Shura. Although the Jade Shura tried to dodge, its protection god powers were still pierced. The sword pierced half a foot into its body, and the Jade Shura's companion spirit treasure knocked it away. A palm strangely appeared in mid-air, just in time to grab the flying dagger magic treasure, and then disappeared. But when the Jade Shura used the companion spirit treasure to smash the sword light where the hand had appeared, it did not find anything. The Jade Shura was shocked, and it seemed to think of something. Its feet flashed, and when it was about to leave where it had been, a short needle that was about a foot long appeared behind the Jade Shura. Although the Jade Shura had a protection god power around her, the god powers and spells were like broken cups in front of the short needle. They made a cracking sound, and the protective god powers around the Jade Shura were pierced like rotten wood. The needle pierced right through the Jade Shura's back. The Taishen thorn that Lu Ping had given to Yin Tianchu was now a true disaster spirit treasure in Yin Tianchu's hands. Clearly, Yin Tianchu's power had increased over the years, and it wasn't just in terms of his cultivation. The Jade Shura looked at the half of the thorn that was sticking out of her chest in disbelief. Her whole body was starting to crack as her life force drained away. She turned into a thick spirit power that evaporated into the air. Only the Taishen thorn was left floating in the air, shining with a sharp light. The sword shadows dissipated, and Yin Tianchu's figure calmly walked out from behind the sword shadows. The moment he appeared, the supreme mystery thorn let out a soft cry, and instantly flew back into Yin Tianchu's body, disappearing without a trace. At this time, the sky full of sword lights started to gather together. They gathered around the two flying swords that were floating around Lu Ping. Lu Ping, Xie Tianyang, and Su Jin slowly appeared in the air. Su Jin bowed to Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Lu, for helping us. If you hadn't, we would have been in big trouble. By the way, is this a cultivator from your faction?" Lu Ping smiled and said, "You don't have to be so polite. This is Yin Tianchu from our faction." Xie Tianyang and Su Jin greeted each other as Brother Yin. Yin Tianchu only nodded silently in return. Su Jin and Xie Tianyang did not mind. They had seen all kinds of strange people in the world of cultivation, and it was easy to offend them by deliberately chasing after small details. Xie Tianyang said, "I didn't expect you to have someone like Brother Yin, besides Brother Lu. Junling has brought a big surprise to the world of cultivation." Su Jin was being honest. He said, "Surprise is good enough, but it's hard to say whether it's good or not." The four of them met each other in a hurry. Lu Ping said, "This is not a good place to talk. Brother Su, Brother Xie, the situation in your faction is not good. Has your pure young Laozu arrived?" Su Jin didn't suspect anything. He said, "It's not good. There's an Azura in Mara's army. The three martial uncles and martial granduncle are doing their best to delay, but they won't be able to hold on for long. I'm afraid we can't count on the reinforcements from the encampment. There are two skyscraping demons there. Our pure young cultivator, Zhou Xiuqing, and Wuxing School's pure young cultivator, Mu Yi Laozu, both have to block the two skyscraping demons. Naturally, they won't be able to do anything else." At this time, Xie Tianyang saw that Lu Ping's expression was getting worse when he heard that the pure young cultivator from Ziyang Palace was busy. Xie Tianyang couldn't help but ask, "Brother Lu, is there something wrong?" Su Jin also noticed that Lu Ping's expression was getting worse. He couldn't help but stop talking. However, from Lu Ping's low voice, he received a piece of shocking news. "Something's wrong, something's very wrong. There's a skyscraping demon hiding in Mara's army." "What? That's impossible!" Xie Tianyang and Su Jin shouted almost at the same time. However, their eyes were dyed with a layer of deep worry. Previously, they had only reacted subconsciously. The news brought by Lu Ping was too despairing. However, the two of them knew that Lu Ping would never lie to them about this matter. Previously, after the four of them joined forces to kill the four Jade Mara, the high-level Mara in the surrounding area had already fled, leaving only the small Mara that the four of them casually killed as they flew. Previously, Su Jin and Xie Tianyang had wanted to bring two strong reinforcements to the cultivators of Ziyang Palace who were surrounded by Mara. Now, the two of them only wanted to inform the three great cultivators of Ziyang Palace who were doing their best to resist the Asuras. Most of the cultivators of Ziyang Palace who could rush out of the camp to fight were at least at the mid-Dharma stage. However, the sudden appearance of reinforcements from Mara's army had broken the connection between them, and they were now in a situation where they were fighting on their own. This battlefield affected the void within a radius of nearly 100 miles. Although the four of them attacked everywhere, there were only a few cultivators of Ziyang Palace, and there were no traces of the great cultivators at all. The four of them could not help but feel anxious. If the three great cultivators stationed at the campsite could not return in time to defend the campsite, then once the heavenly demons appeared, the entire Purple Sun Palace would definitely be defeated. Furthermore, even if the three great cultivators could return in time, with the help of the heavenly demons, the campsite would only be able to delay the invasion of the heavenly demons. Where did this heavenly demon come from? If this heavenly demon really existed, it was definitely not one of the two heavenly demons that attacked the Purple Sun Palace's encampment at the mountain pass. Instead, it was a new reinforcement from the Devil Luo army. However, how did this heavenly demon manage to sneak into the Devil Luo army without being discovered by the two pure young experts of the Purple Sun Palace? Xie Tianyang suddenly stopped and said seriously, "No, I'm afraid it's too late if this goes on. Brother Lu, have you really found traces of the heavenly demon?" Yin Tianchu's face darkened. Beside him, Lu Ping hurriedly pulled him back and said, "It's not that we've found traces of the heavenly demon, but that the heavenly demon is indeed hiding in this Mara's army." Xie Tianyang nodded and said, "Brother Lu, please don't blame me. This is a serious matter, so I have to be careful. With that, Xie Tianyang suddenly roared into the sky. A buzzing sound came from the thin water-flowing sword that was circling around Lu Ping. These two flying swords were responding to Xie Tianyang's long roar. Lu Ping's divine sense even sensed a rich sword qi in Xie Tianyang's long roar. This long roar must be a kind of magical power that was derived from swordsmanship. Just as Xie Tianyang let out a long roar, Su Jin, who was beside him, also roared into the sky. Their roars resonated with each other, and suddenly, their roars reached a higher level. Lu Ping's divine sense seemed to have caught a strange vibration in the space. It seemed that this long roar could resonate with something, so that it could be used to transmit some kind of message. This must be a secret technique of the Purple Sun Palace. And looking at Xie Tianyang's solemn expression, it was clear that this long roar contained some kind of code used by the Purple Sun Palace for emergency situation. As Su Jin joined in the battle, the void 100 feet away from Lu Ping trembled violently. The invisible water sword couldn't remain in its invisible state due to the turbulence caused by the secret technique. It flashed and disappeared into the void again. This time, it didn't appear again. The invisible water sword couldn't remain invisible anymore. It flashed and disappeared into the void again. This time, it didn't appear again. The purple sun sky-piercing howl. This was a secret technique that relied on the essence of sword qi to activate the cultivator's own life force. Once this technique was used, all the cultivators of the Purple Sun Palace within 1,000 miles would be able to sense it. It should not be used carelessly unless a disaster was about to befall the sect. But once the sword roared, all the disciples of the Purple Sun Palace who sensed it must immediately gather in the direction of the person who made the sword roar. In the Purple Sun Palace, the cultivators who could use this kind of magical power were either pure young Laozu or late Dharma adepts or extremely important people in the sect. And the cultivators who used this kind of magical power would definitely have to bear a great deal of risk. Additionally, due to how far away the roar was, it was also very taxing on the cultivator who was executing the secret technique. The secret technique required the cultivator's life force as the price. Additionally, the cultivator had to rely on the cultivator's essence sword energy in order to succeed. This meant that after Xie Tianyang and Su Jin used the purple sun sky-piercing howl, their lifespans would definitely be affected to a certain extent, and their strength would also temporarily decrease. Yin Tianchu let out a muffled groan. Clearly, not only could this howl resonate with the flying swords and spirit treasures, it could also inadvertently attack other cultivators' divine sense. However, this kind of secret technique wasn't specifically targeted at divine sense, so it was even less effective against Lu Ping. The duo's long howl lasted for about 10 minutes. The devil luos in the surroundings were so frightened by this sword howl that they dared not come forward. When the two of them stopped at the same time, an abnormal paleness flashed across their faces. Lu Ping gave the two of them 2 divine will recovery elixirs refined from Jade Mara's soul-devouring crystal. The two of them swallowed the elixirs without thinking. Xie Tianyang quickly became spirited and said, "Fortunately, this long roar only needs to be heard by the cultivators near the encampment. Otherwise, the consumption would be much higher." Su Jin also nodded. It was clearly the first time the two of them had used this secret technique of the sect. A look of lingering fear flashed across their faces as they said, "I didn't expect the consumption to be so great. However, I think the martial uncles and martial granduncles should have already received the news. I can only hope that our sect's Laozu in the encampment at the mountain pass can spare some time to help. Otherwise, we can only delay for a while. With the cooperation of the heavenly demons, Azura's strength will definitely increase. Even if our encampment has defensive arrays, it will not be able to stop the heavenly demons." At this moment, Lu Ping suddenly smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know if the elders of Purple Sun Palace have received the news. However, I know that Mara's army has received the news. At the very least, the few of us are in trouble." The cold ice soft sword behind Su Jin shook and said, "How many Jade Mara have come? Although the purple sun sky-piercing howl has consumed a lot of energy, the drawbacks will only appear later. At this time, our battle strength has not decreased much, Lu Ping smiled bitterly and said, "It's not Jade Mara, it's Azura." Just as Lu Ping's voice fell, a powerful roar suddenly came from the Mara's army in the distance. Mara's army suddenly spread out and opened up a path. An Azura turned into a golden light. With an unparalleled sharp aura, it directly broke through the void and killed its way to the four of them. Just as the Azura descended, 4 consecutive blade lights seemed to pass through the void at the same time and directly appeared 3 feet in front of the four of them, slashing towards their heads. When the Mara's army saw the Azura's attack, they immediately cheered and made a ruckus. The Mara's army, which was previously frightened by the four of them and did not dare to advance, immediately swarmed forward and blocked the four's escape route from all directions. Among them, there was no lack of Blood Mara patrolling the surroundings. If the four of them tried to escape, they would definitely be obstructed. "Let's fight." The thin water-flowing sword flew out and the flying chain slash continuously pierced the golden blade lights in front of him. At the same time, he broke the Azura's attack and was also sent flying more than 10 feet back. Lu Ping fiercely suppressed the shock in his heart. At this moment, Lu Ping finally understood how powerful an Azura at its peak was. The Azura that Lu Ping had killed by a fluke previously was not at its full strength. At the very least, Lin Yu Laozu's sneak attack had destroyed 70% of the Azura's combat power. The Azura's power was far beyond that of late Dharma adepts. During the Mara's disaster, there were very few great adepts who could fight against an Azura alone. Even the great adepts of the Ziyang Palace could only fight against an Azura and buy time. Even if there were 2 great adepts who were facing an Azura, they would not fight it head-on. In the instant that Lu Ping pierced through the golden blade lights, the sword of the true spirit had already flown up from behind Lu Ping. In the midst of the bluish-purple auspicious clouds, the sword of the true spirit had already transformed into a dragon that pounced towards the Azura. At this moment, there was no way out other than to charge forward bravely. Xie Tianyang and Su Jin had also blocked the Azura's attack. However, looking at their slightly disheveled expressions, it was obvious that they were not as relaxed as Lu Ping was. The 3 of them exchanged glances and already knew that today's matter would not end well. As for Yin Tianchu, he had already disappeared the moment the blade lights appeared. Vaguely, Lu Ping seemed to have sensed that Yin Tianchu was already hiding behind him, waiting for the moment that the Azura revealed an opening under the joint attack of the 3 of them to deliver a fatal blow. Chapter 1302. The moment the Azura appeared, a cold and ferocious aura suddenly rose from within Mara's army. In an instant, this aura swept through the entire battlefield like a cold wind with a blade. Mara's army was suddenly shaken, while the cultivators of Ziyang Palace were simultaneously affected by this cold soul-devouring spell. The heavenly demon hidden within Mara's army finally attacked. The instant it attacked, it targeted all the cultivators of Ziyang Palace in the camp. Several cries of shock and even miserable cries came from all directions. It was clear that with the help of the heavenly demon's strange spell, the cultivators of Ziyang Palace were inevitably at a great disadvantage. Even Xie Tianyang and Su Jin, who were facing off against the Azura, hesitated for a moment. Yin Tianchu, who was hiding behind Lu Ping, could no longer maintain his invisibility spell and had no choice but to reveal himself from the void. Among the 4 of them, only Lu Ping's spiritual force was strong enough. With the protection of the Jade Phosphorus Soulfire and the Cloud Sail, he was able to remain unscathed under the heavenly demon's sudden attack. However, at this moment, the Azura seized the opportunity to attack again. Yin Tianchu was still behind Lu Ping, but Lu Ping did not have the time to warn the other 2. The sword of true spirit instantly turned into a bolt of lightning and struck the Azura's head. At the same time, Lu Ping's hands formed a seal, but he did not even chant an incantation. A dark cloud had already gathered in the sky. Immediately after, the bolt of lightning that struck first exploded with a loud bang, startling Xie Tianyang and the other 2. At the same time, the bolts of Yin Water Divine Lightning had already combined with the Thunderclap sword technique to block the Azura's surprise attack. However, Lu Ping's mind was shaken by the Azura's counterattack. His qi and blood churned and blood seeped out from his nose. In reality, From the moment Xie Tianyang and the other two were attacked by the heavenly demon's soul devouring to when Lu Ping could use the yin water divine lightning to barely resolve the Asura's attack, only a split second had passed. Xie Tianyang and the other two had escaped from the heavenly demon's concealment and hurriedly lent a helping hand. At the same time, they felt ashamed, but Lu Ping's internal organs were still injured. Fortunately, Lu Ping's body had been constantly nourished and was far stronger than ordinary people. Although this kind of injury was troublesome, it was not enough to affect his strength in a short period of time. This time, Xie Tianyang and Su Jin joined forces to fight the Asura head-on. Previously, Lu Ping had seen the two of them performing a joint attack secret technique. Although they could not completely resist the Asura's head-on attack, with Lu Ping fighting from the side, he would help the two of them and at the same time, fill in the gaps. Every time the Asura's attack was finally resolved, it made the Asura even more furious. At this time, Yin Tianchu was hiding on the side, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack, so the Asura had to divert part of its attention to guard against him. Under the four of them joining forces, they could actually fight evenly with one Asura, attacking and defending. Even when the big and small Mara came forward to harass them, Lu Ping still had the strength to release two flying swords of spiritual treasures to clear the periphery of the battle for the four of them. Even when the Blood Mara appeared, Lu Xiaoping's avatar would come out to stop it. "Evil creature, how dare you!" A fierce roar rang out from the Mo Luo army. Lu Ping could even hear the murderous aura hidden in the roar, and he could even tell that there was no return. It's Grandmaster Hao Xiqing. Previously, the appearance of the Asura's reinforcements in Mara's army had already caused the Purple Sun Palace cultivators stationed at the camp to be badly battered. Now, the appearance of the heavenly demon made the situation even more dangerous. If not for Xie Tianyang and Su Jin's earth-shattering roar, the three great cultivators stationed at the camp would have already broken into the camp before they discovered the heavenly demon. However, so what? Facing a heavenly demon and a great cultivator head-on, the only thing they could fight for Purple Sun Palace was not victory. They could only fight for time to escape. When Hao Xiqing and Lao Zu charged towards the heavenly demon, they already knew their mission. They hoped to sacrifice themselves in exchange for a few more Purple Sun Palace cultivators escaping from the torrent of Mara's army. As for the other two great cultivators, they were probably still entangled with the other two Asuras. This was because Lu Ping, Xie Tianyang, and Su Jin were blocking one of the Asuras. Otherwise, even if the Purple Sun Palace's great cultivators risked their lives to block the heavenly demon, it would be the best time for the Asura to completely crush Purple Sun Palace's resistance. Sure enough, when Hao Xiqing and Lao Zu charged towards the heavenly demon, Meng Shuari and Lao Zu's deep roar came from the sky again. All Purple Sun Palace disciples, return to the camp. Gather your strength and prepare to break out. Xie Tianyang and Su Jin's Purple Sun sky-piercing howl was not only used to inform the Purple Sun Palace cultivators near the camp, but also to inform the camp at the mountain pass that was over 50 kilometers away. However, Meng Shuari and Lao Zu's roar directly shattered Xie Tianyang and Su Jin's final fantasies. It was impossible for Purple Sun Palace's mountain pass to send reinforcements. The heavenly demon and Asura that appeared in Mara's army were indeed a new force. Just as the camp at the west side of Purple Sun Palace was in a chaotic battle, a fierce battle was also taking place at the mountain pass camp of Purple Sun Palace. However, the two pure young cultivators guarding the camp, Jiao Shouqing Laozu from Purple Sun Palace and Mu Lingzi Mu Yi Laozu from Wuxing School, were constantly paying attention to the situation outside the camp. However, both of them had a strange expression on their faces. "Brother Jiao, this situation looks a little strange. Why haven't the two heavenly demons made a move yet?" Mu Yi Laozu had rushed to support Purple Sun Palace after it was attacked by Mara. In the past few days, he had joined forces with Jiao Shouqing and Laozu to repel the attacks of the two heavenly demons in Mara's army several times. If the two heavenly demons were not always surrounded by high-level cultivators and countless Mara of various sizes, the two Laozu would have probably killed the two heavenly demons long ago. At this time, the two of them admired 8th Sister Zhu's ruthlessness even more. Back then, She had run into Mara's army to assassinate a heavenly demon. She had really risked her life. After the incident, it was said that even the highest-ranking alchemy grandmaster in the Lu family shook his head after seeing her injuries and said that she was lucky to maintain her pure yang cultivation. It would probably take decades for her to recover. Jiao Xiuqing Laozu also felt that something was wrong, but he didn't know where it was. He pondered for a moment and said, "Could it be that the two heavenly demons have run to the camps on the two sides?" Mu Yi Laozu was stunned for a moment and said with a smile, "It can't be. The aura of the two heavenly demons has been locked on by us. Although it's not easy for us to kill them, it's impossible for these two beasts to avoid our detection." Jiao Xiuqing Laozu's expression softened and he said, "That's true. Being overly concerned makes one confused. I've made a fool of myself in front of Mu Ji." After saying that, Jiao Xiuqing Laozu seemed to have thought of something that made him angry again. He snorted coldly and said, "If it wasn't for the Western Wilderness Demon Clan and the Northern Ice Plains Multicolored Tiger Clan's sudden attack, causing great losses to our sect and taking up too much of our sect's energy in the northwest, we wouldn't have sent only the old man for this battle of the Nine Mysteries Tower." An imperceptible look flashed across the face of Konoha's ancestor as he asked curiously, "Speaking of which, it is quite strange. Did the monster race outside the northwest central region go crazy? Why did they suddenly join hands and even annihilate the Western Wasteland Temple?" Jiao Xiuqing Laozu's face flashed with anger and he said, "They're just taking advantage of the situation. After the calamity of Mara is over, our sect will definitely reorganize the demon clan in the Western Wilderness and Northern Ice Plains. We'll see what kind of courage they've eaten to dare to attack our Purple Sun Palace, or if there's some mastermind behind this." Mu Yi Laozu's eyes flickered and a trace of worry flashed across his face. He changed the topic and said, "There shouldn't be any problems with the two camps on the two sides of the encampment, right?" Jiao Xiuqing Laozu said, "There shouldn't be any problems if they focus on defense. At the very least, they can rely on the defensive formations of the camps to block the attack of one or two asuras. The people in charge of the two camps are all first-generation cultivators of our sect. They've experienced many battles of life and death. There shouldn't be any major mistakes." Mu Yi Laozu's expression was a little envious as he said, "Your sect is indeed worthy of being the leader of the 5 great holy lands of the Central Plains. Even when fighting on two sides, you can still have such a strong force." Jiao Xiuqing Laozu looked at Mu Yi Laozu with a faint smile and said, "Back then, Wuxing School was no weaker than our sect and Purple Sun Palace. Some time ago, if you had completely merged the Yulon River and Qingming River through the water transformation talisman, I'm afraid it wouldn't take long for your sect to return to the glory of Wuxing School." Mu Yi Laozu's expression changed. In the end, he smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Jiao, you must be joking. Our sect failed at the last moment and made a fool of itself." Jiao Xiuqing smiled and didn't say anything. In the Battle of Luoxin Mountain, Wuxing School suffered a double loss. If it weren't for the 9 Mystical Towers' emergency call for reinforcements from various sects of the human race, as one of the 5 great holy lands of the Central Plains, Wuxing School would have been suppressed by the entire cultivation world of the Central Plains. Even so, after the defeat of Luoxin Mountain, Wuxing School took the initiative to shrink its sphere of influence. This time, when the Purple Sun Palace was attacked, Mu Yi Laozu even took the initiative to help. Jiao Xiuqing and Laozu naturally knew what Mu Yi was up to. Just as the two were testing each other, a low whistle suddenly came from Jiao Xiuqing Laozu's waist. Jiao Xiuqing Laozu's smile immediately froze on his face. He reached out and touched his waist. A nameplate made of ancient jade was trembling slightly. The whistle made by Xie Tianyang and Su Jin came from the trembling nameplate. Although the sound was much lower, it was very clear in the quiet room. "Purple sun sky breaking whistle?" Mu Yi Laozu exclaimed and looked at Jiao Xiuqing Laozu with an uncertain expression. Chapter 1303. Mu Yi's ancestor naturally recognized this method of communication from the Purple Sun Palace and knew what it meant for the Purple Sun Palace. "It's the camp on the west side. Oh no, damn it. Did the heavenly demons really go there?" Mu Ji. Without waiting for Jiao Shouqing Laozu to finish speaking, Mu Yi Laozu said, Brother Jiao, go ahead and make arrangements. I will do my best. Jiao Shouqing nodded solemnly. Thank you. Purple Sun Palace will definitely repay Wuxing School's request for help. Mu Yi Laozu had been waiting for this sentence. He smiled and was about to say something, but before he could speak, the two pure young cultivators' expressions changed. How is this possible? The two heavenly demons are still here. What exactly happened at the West Side camp? The two pure young cultivators looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. However, Jiao Shouqing Laozu's gaze was now filled with worry and anger. The two of them no longer cared about the camp on the west side. They hurriedly flew out. At the instant the purple sun whistled through the air, the auras of the two Skyfians that had been lingering outside the Purple Sun Palace encampment suddenly surged. They charged straight for the encampment. Although the west side camp was important, the camp where the camp was located was the foundation of Purple Sun Palace. Jiao Shouqing originally thought that the two heavenly demons had used some secret divine ability to strip off their auras to deceive the two pure young cultivators, so they did not directly participate in the battle. Instead, they lingered outside the battlefield with the intention of restraining the two pure young cultivators. Their real bodies had already run to the west side. Unexpectedly, the two heavenly demons never disappeared. Moreover, they suddenly attacked when Jiao Shouqing and Laozu received a call for help from the west side camp. It was obvious that they wanted to restrain the two pure young cultivators and prevent them from helping. However, when the two pure young cultivators had no choice but to take action to stop the two pure young cultivators, Jiao Shouqing Laozu ordered the Purple Sun Palace cultivators in the encampment to send out a group of reinforcements in an attempt to rush out of the encampment and rush to the west side of the camp. However, the demonic Luo army seemed to have expected Purple Sun Palace to do this at this moment. They suddenly strengthened their attacks on Purple Sun Palace's encampment. Countless demonic Luo pounced towards the encampment one after another, attacking it without fear of death. Under the leadership of two great adepts, the reinforcements from the Xiang Palace finally managed to break through the encirclement. 6 or 7 of them managed to escape, but the price they paid was the death of a mid-Dharma adept and 2 early Dharma adepts, as well as the injuries of several Dharma adepts. Martial Granduncle Hao won't be able to hold on for long, Su Jin and Xie Tianyang muttered to Xie Tianyang as they blocked the Azura's attack with Lu Ping's help. They seemed to have made up their minds about something. Up until now, Hao Xiqing Laozu and the heavenly demon had only been entangled for less than 5 minutes. However, the heavenly demon's soul-devouring shockwave was becoming more and more frequent. Clearly, the situation on Hao Xiqing Laozu's side was getting worse. Lu Ping decisively swung the cloud sail. Auspicious clouds filled the surroundings of the battle, blocking the heavenly demon's soul-devouring technique. Although Lu Ping was not afraid, the soul-devouring technique had a huge impact on the other 3, especially Yin Tianchu, who was having a hard time resisting it. From time to time, he would be forced to reveal himself due to the secret technique. Half of Yin Tianchu's strength lay in the art of concealment. Now that he was exposed, he had lost several opportunities to restrain the Azura. On the contrary, the Azura had seized the opportunity to beat him up. If it weren't for Lu Ping's help, Yin Tianchu would have been heavily injured by the Azura. Just as Su Jin finished speaking, the two of them seemed to have a tacit understanding. The swordplay in their hands immediately changed. The blazing celestial sun sword's flickering sword light condensed into a ball of fire in mid-air. Then, it transformed into a blazing white ball of light. Endless heat was emitted from the ball of light, but when it was used on the Azura's body, it turned into streaks of sword chi. On the other hand, Su Jin's cold ice silk sword was the exact opposite. Streaks of cold light also condensed, but the light that condensed was much gentler. Compared to the explosion of the blazing celestial sun sword, the sword light that Su Jin had condensed was more like a bright moon. The sword techniques that the two of them had unleashed were undoubtedly supreme sword techniques that were secretly passed down in Ziyang Palace. The moment these two completely opposite supreme sword techniques were successfully unleashed, they fused once again under Lu Ping's shocked gaze, forming a brand new supreme sword technique. It was originally two supreme sword techniques. What kind of power would it have when they fused again? Just the thought of this power made Lu Ping shudder. He thought of the legends of Ziyang Palace's sword techniques in the cultivation world. Were the two of them unleashing the heaven-opening sword technique that Zhao Daoren had personally left behind? Xie Tianyang and Su Jin's actions did not only shock Lu Ping, but also the Azura in front of him. It had clearly realized the power of the sword technique that the two of them had unleashed together. The companion numinous treasure in its hand radiated with rainbow light as it attacked the two of them even more fiercely. However, at this moment, Lu Ping also knew that the battle between the two of them had reached a critical moment. The success or failure depended on whether Xie Tianyang and Su Jin's heaven-opening sword technique could severely injure the Azura in front of him. Therefore, he could not let the Azura destroy the sword technique that the two of them were brewing. A huge white jade lotus flower bloomed under Xie Tianyang and Su Jin's feet. As the flower expanded, the Azura's attack was gradually pushed out of the lotus. The sword of true spirit in Lu Ping's hand shook, and the tip of the sword vibrated rapidly. Countless sword chi cut through the void and formed three battle words in the air. Battle! 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 Lu Ping had already cast the heaven-opening sword technique that he had comprehended from Zhao Daren's handwriting. The three battle words suddenly turned into three flood dragons that were the same as the Dharma in Lu Ping's heart space. They roared and rushed towards the Azura. Unlike Xie Tianyang and Su Jin's heaven-opening sword art, Lu Ping's heaven-opening sword art might not be as powerful as Xie Tianyang's heaven-opening sword art, but it was undoubtedly faster and more flexible. The three sword light flood dragons flew up and down and surrounded the Azura, forcing the Azura to struggle to escape from Lu Ping's sword technique. One of the flood dragons was torn to pieces by the Azura in just a moment. However, this was enough. A blazing sun and a luminous moon coexisted in the air in such a strange way, and then they both fell towards Azura. No matter how Azura dodged, he could not escape from the two supreme sword techniques and divine abilities that coexisted with each other. A shrill and crazy roar suddenly came from the suddenly blossoming light. When the light dissipated, the Azura's miserable state made Lu Ping involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. There were dozens of wounds on the Azura's body. What made Lu Ping even more shocked was that the spiritual treasure in the Azura's hand was already densely covered in cracks. The flying swords in the hands of Xie Tianyang and Su Jin were only First Tribulation spiritual treasures. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,